slaughter. I am sure that recently you have seen that finally in Europe, the language of politicians has changed. I am so happy to see this moment when European leaders understand that this is not the supreme leader. He is the godfather of...
Alright, mwebale nnyo kutuyungako amachago olwaleero oba this afternoon. Thanks for tuning in. Thank you for joining in. Of course, like I promised you, I will be relaying to you live coverage of the ongoing Geneva Summit. As we speak now, it is already started. It's ongoing, and His Excellency Bobi Wine, our president, is going to be addressing world leaders, is going to be addressing this summit just soon. Soon is going to be addressing this summit. I came a bit earlier so that you can share this live broadcast as far as you can. Tell a friend to tell a friend to inform a friend to inform their family member, their friends, their colleagues that yes, JB Muwonge is live broadcasting the live events going on right from Geneva. At this very event, His Excellency Chagulani Center, but like I just informed you, is going to be addressing it. It's going to be addressing this summit via a video. Via video, is not going to be there physically. You know, the current situation is surrounding his safety and all that kind of thing. So just make sure that you don't miss each and every word is going to say. So share this video far and wide. In the meantime, I'm going to be giving you these speakers. They, of course, the panel has a number of speakers, and His Excellency Bobi Wine is one of them. For now, they are the ones addressing the summit.
Sorry. Wait for me. Thank you so much. Art for many Iranians.
Yeah, for comrades who don't understand English, of course, I always get messages that tudire mu Uganda, tudire mu Luzungu, tudire mu Uganda, tudire mu Luzungu. Of course, yeno summit His Excellency Chagulani Center Robert jagenda okwadressinga mu kabanga akatali kanene nnyo okuva kati. Nzize a bit early o making sure nti tomissinga kintu nakimu ate totandika ku budde buli ate kunoonya eriwa setolinga making sure nti oteredde bulungi wonna wotudde, making sure nti video gisharinga ne muno, making sure nti no muno tamisinga ne banne tebamisinga. Ogenda kikola otyo ekyo, sharinga video eno far and wide. Mukabanga katono nnyo His Excellency Chagulani Center batagenda kubayogerako eri abakulembeze b'eggwanga. Eno summit taking a place alongside the United Nations Human Rights Council, eranga nayo taking a place as we speak right now. So nzize kadenga kachali oberenga ogenda maaso n'okulaba ebyo ebigenda maaso right now. Of course, abakulembeze abalala nga bwe nakugamba the other time nti summit eno ekunganya abantu ab'enjawulo, ba political activists, political prisoners, ba journalists, ba activists ab'enjawulo, abakulembeze b'eggwanga, especially global decision makers, bonna bali mu kifo kino. Bonna bali mu kifo kino. So abantu ab'enjawulo bagenda maaso nga nabo bayogerako eri ensi. Era kyekiriwo as of right now. So in the meantime ngenda kubeeranga mbakuwa ng'ate bwe tulinda His Excellency Chagulani Center Robert. Saagala omiisinge kintu na kimu yadde. Yes, saagala ate ogambe nti nenga saabitegedde nga saabirabye. Okitegedde? Thank you Comrade Lynn. Nkulengedde bulungi nnyo atukidde mu maanyi. Yeah. Lynn otukidde mu maanyi webale nnyo. So wetuyimiriddeawo kati tambuza video. Tambuza video.
Not because of Iran, not just to free Iran, but to free Europe from Islamism. Protect global security, to protect you from one of the most dangerous regimes, which is called Islamic Republic. Stand with the people of Iran. Thank you so much. Majid, for Arya, for Muhammad, for Raha, for The names gives me hope. Otherwise, we are all traumatized. They took everything from us. Our homeland, our family members, freedom, our dignity, but not our hope. Our hope, our fear is bigger. Our anger is bigger than our fear. And we will end this regime. And stand with us. This is the Berlin Wall moment of Iranians. Help us to bring down the wall of dictatorship. Right now, the history watch you. Thank you so much.
The Geneva Summit for Human Rights and Democracy. I just had abantu abamu nga bagamba president nalabye mu comment section ne ku posts ez'enjawulo nti president ayogera ddi president ali ludda wagenda kubeerayo physical oba agenda kugira via video tebamutracking banange bayinza okugezaako mutrackinga. Yes, waliwo ne posts ze nalabye ku Facebook nga ne ku platforms endala nga bagaba nange president making sure asajja tebakutrackinga. Abantu abasinga beeraliikiriddeko ekyo ekintu nti waagenda okusinziira okwogera mwena mujjukire nti no, as we speak now, His Excellency Chagulani is still in hiding since actually 16th January up to more than a month now due to the surrounding the situation surrounding his residence and of course the entire political climate of this country, Uganda. Whereby the army continues to hunt for him. As of right now, they raid the opposition homes of opposition MPs and confidants of His Excellency Chagulani Sentamu Robert, asking family members, putting each and everyone at gunpoint. Where is Bobi Wine? Where is Bobi Wine? Actually, last Friday, they stormed the home to one of our MPs, that is Patrick Nsanja. In Kayunga district, and we are looking for him. Where is Bobi Wine? Patrick Nsanja wasn't at home, but they put the family at gunpoint to explain the whereabouts of His Excellency Bobi Wine. And of course, you can interpret that they did not want him to address these world leaders. They did not want him to address at this summit. They did not want him to say anything. Yeah, that's what they've done to Colonel Dr. Kizza Besigye for the past the 4 times he stood, as well as in 2021 to His Excellency Bobi Wine.
We've heard today about imprisonment, torture, censorship, but increasingly dictatorships are not satisfied with pursuing dissidents at home and repressing them, but actually they want to hunt their critics abroad. They send spies, they send threats, they send criminals, they send assassins. This is called transnational repression, one of the fastest growing tools of authoritarian regimes today. Their message is simple: you can run, but you cannot hide. Now, Massie knows this personally. She survived multiple kidnapping plots and assassination attempts on American soil. Leopoldo was imprisoned, escaped into exile, and as the co-founder of the World Liberty Congress, has seen how regimes exploit international systems to target opponents abroad. So today we ask, how far will dictators go, and how far will democracies go to fight back and protect our free societies and stop them? I want to start with you, Massie.
Can you start with my brother?
Okay, sure. We'll give you a break. Leo, you've spoken about autocratic regimes who cooperate across borders. You are aware about Iran and Venezuela that are strategically aligned. Can you tell us, what does that look like in practice? What are Western countries doing to fight back? What should they be doing?
Well, thank you very much. And I would like to start by congratulating the courage of Massie of the women that were here as victims, that represent millions of victims and tens of thousands of people that have been killed in the eyes of the world just in matters of days. For us, Venezuelans, Iran was far away, until very recently, saying maybe 15, 20 years ago, when there was an alliance between Hugo Chavez and Iran and the Islamic Republic of Iran. And they started to craft an alliance that was developed in different layers of their kleptocratic networks, how to steal, layers of how to evade sanctions, layers of collaborating with the terrorist organizations. Some people might not know this, but Hezbollah has been present in Venezuela for years, laundering money, training their people. For years, Venezuela provided passports to terrorists from Hezbollah and from Hamas in order for them to move freely throughout the world. For years, we have seen the collaboration of the Islamic Republic with Venezuela to evade sanctions and to take the oil from Venezuela all the way to China. So it's not only Iran and Venezuela, but it's also to China. For years, we have seen how the Russians have captured the military in Venezuela and have created a network between these autocratic mighty powers, Iran, China, and Russia, in order to expand their model of autocracy. And let me be clear about this, because some people might think that this has to do with ideology. It has nothing to do with ideology. You have the theocrats from Iran, couldn't be as conservative as it gets. You have the nationalists of Russia and the communists of China. So it is not ideology. It's all about a common enemy. That common enemy is democracy. That common enemy is the people from their countries. That common enemy is human rights. And that's why they collaborate. That's why they join efforts. And we have seen this for years under the eyes of the entire world. I have been here in Geneva invited by a UN Watch when Venezuela has come to the stage to present the reports. And I have seen with my own eyes and heard with my ears how the representatives from Iran, from Russia, from China, from Zimbabwe, from Uganda, from Eritrea, from Hong Kong, from any other places, they stand up and they pretend to support these regimes. So we come here to Geneva once and again, and we won't stop coming. But we can say that every time we come, we are frustrated just to see how the complacency amongst regimes blocks the system against the people. So we have seen how now in Venezuela, there is clearly a moment of change, as I said before. But we are seeing that possibility also in Iran.
Yeah, we want to see Ali Khamenei to be captured like Maduro.
Yes. And I might say that I am sure that the same way it happened in Venezuela, that 80% of the people supported the capture of the criminal Nicolás Maduro. The same way the people from Iran will celebrate in the streets the capture of those who have been killing them.
But actually, we want them to be removed, like Qasem Soleimani. I mean, I know you have questions, but I want to add something to what my brother, I always call Leopoldo my brother, and many other dissident activists mention these days, the collaboration between dictators.
Yes.
That hurts us a lot when we see that how dictators are more united than freedom fighters. And it is beyond sad that you walk in Europe, in America, everywhere, in free world, that you see, they see this as like political fight and saying that, this is a right-wing issue, this is a left-wing issue. Believe me, if the regime in Iran want to kill you, want to kill some of you, they never ask you whether you're left or liberal. They never ask you whether you're right wing or you support President Trump, Prime Minister Netanyahu, or you support President Biden or Obama. They don't care. They hate democracy, as my brother said. They hate Western values. This is what bring all the dictators together. And I want to give you an example, personal story. I was walking in the street in New York after giving voice to, voiceless people in Iran, going to Fox News and CNN. So one of the American old man, very nice, hugged me and said that I support you, but please don't go to Fox News. They're using you. They're not your friends. Yeah, wait. One block later, only one block later, another man stopped me, supported me, showed solidarity, and said, CNN, fake news. Don't go to CNN. And I was like, wait a minute. Having Fox News and CNN is the beauty of democracy and freedom of speech. That's the dream of us. If you want to shut down one of them and have only one TV channel, go to North Korea, go to Iran. We have one state-controlled TV, and all we see bringing innocent protesters on TV and force them to do false confession. So your fight in America is democracy. It's democratic. In the West, it's democratic. At the end, you can prepare yourself for next election. We don't even have that. In the case of Venezuela, in the case of Iran, in the case of now many other countries, we don't have election. So that's why when it comes to have a common strategic plan against terrorists and dictators, I strongly believe that West are not seeing the true risk and danger. They're not as united as Russia, Putin, Khamenei, China, and other dictators. That really hurts the freedom fighters within the countries and everywhere.
Thank you. Actually, on that note, Leopoldo, what is your thoughts about how Western countries deal with this threat that Massi has outlined? The dictators are cooperating. They have so many tools. They have cyber warfare. They have surveillance tech at home. They abuse Interpol to try to arrest people, like many Russians try to get arrested by Interpol and other things. Does the West understand the threat? Do you see appeasement? What do you see from Western response to transnational repression? What should they be doing?
Well, we have seen appeasement. We have seen appeasement for years. Mm-hmm. We do get some statements of concern. We do get some slaps in the back saying we are with you, but that's not enough. And that is why we created the World Liberty Congress. It's the exact reason why we understood that if we don't stand together, our fight for freedom will not be as strong as it needs to be. Because of a simple idea that was crafted here, that human rights are universal, that all women and all men are created equal. What does that mean? That means that there are no borders. That means that there is a violation of human rights in Iran and I am in Venezuela. It needs to be as important. And that's why we united voices, dissidents, leaders, movements, women, men, people who are in exile, people who are in their own countries, understanding that it doesn't matter if you're in Africa, in Eastern Europe, in the Middle East, in Latin America, or in Asia, the fight is the same. And let me tell you something. For us, it has been a growing human experience to meet so many courageous women and men that we are very different. Our religion is different. Our skin color is different. Our history is different. Our languages are different. And if we talk about any other topic, we could be very different people. When we speak about what it means to fight an autocratic regimes, immediately we are part of the same movement. Immediately we become brothers and sisters, and we don't use this term brothers and sisters lightly. We use this term because we believe that we need to have true solidarity, and we need to understand. And one of the challenges that we have, and we have taken that personally, is to learn. To learn what is happening in other countries. So places like this, when we hear voices from Vietnam, from North Korea, from Zimbabwe, from Venezuela, from Iran, these are places where we learn. And it's not just to learn the facts, it's also to learn the empathy that is necessary to understand that simple idea that human rights are universal. That should be the commitment of the Human Rights Council. But unfortunately, it is not. Not because of the people that are doing the reports are not doing their work, because I need to make the distinction.
My brother always tried to make me politically correct because I, criticize United Nations. But this is a fact, and that's true. But at the end, it's an endless meeting.
Well, but we need to make the distinction because there are many courageous women and men that belong to the human rights system, that go to our countries, take risks, that make sure that truth is told, that crimes are reported. They do the job. They do the job. And I have seen them. I know them. I've spoken with them. Well, let me tell you something. They are as frustrated as we are when nothing happens. They come here year after year, present the reports, and then politics takes over and nothing happens. So what do we need? We need the democratic countries to stand together, to understand that the fight for democracy and freedom and human rights is a vital fight. And it is not just a fight for more statements and for more speeches.
I think we need an alternative United Nations. Because to be honest, that's why my brother mentioned that. Thank you. My brother mentioned that we are different. We have different political views. We have different culture, different background, coming from different geography. But we are united. We stand together when it comes to fight together against tyranny, against dictatorship. All of us, many of us, we know each other through UN Watch, through Oslo Freedom Forum, through organizations that bring all the dissidents together. We are changing the narrative in the world. If those who are working for United Nations and they are frustrated, now they have to stand up against Antonio Guterres. They have to speak up. They have to say that they are frustrated. Because look, they spend hours and hours and they talk to the victims, and the victims inside Iran, they risk everything to share everything with the United Nations. And at the end, it's just a statement. Endless and useless meetings and statements. And that hurts the victims, that kills the hope of victims. I am shy to go to the victims and tell them that come and work with the United Nations, while the United Nations give a seat to the Islamic Republic to monitor human rights globally right after a massacre. That's why I believe that we need to build up a movement, an action-oriented movement that actually take charge and educate the youth in the West. Because look, I'm going to be very honest with you. It breaks my heart when some of like you in the West saying that, okay, this is in Zimbabwe, this is in Venezuela, this is in Hong Kong, this is in Iran. Why should we care about something happen miles away from Europe, Geneva, Netherlands? Yes? Whether you care about what's happening in Iran, in Venezuela, Russia, China or not, those dictators, they really care about you. Some in the right wing in America say that America is first. We should just focus on America. They're wrong, because for dictators, America is first too. The first target to destruction. And for those left who sympathize with the Islamic Republic, they don't know that the Islamic Republic is not only targeting the women in Iran, or the Taliban is not just targeting women in Afghanistan. It's in their DNA to expand Islamism everywhere. So if you don't join us, believe me, sooner or later, you will face all these dictators in front of your door, your house. So dictators are coming to you. So you better choose your allies. Us, freedom fighters that you're going to listen, Maria Corina Machado, or you choose Maduro and you cry for Maduro being captured. Oh, this is against international law. Capturing Maduro was the duty of international court, international law. They didn't do their job.
I mean, so to speak about the frustration, I can feel the frustration of the people of Iran when the day that they celebrated the Islamic Republic revolution, they got a congratulations message from the Secretary General of the UN. How do you think?
Condemnation, not a condemnation for the massacre, but congratulations for the regime.
And what did we get from the UN Secretary General when Maduro was captured? Deep concern. Deep concern. That's what we got. So, of course, there is frustration. Of course, the UN system needs to be revised and needs to be reformed because it's not functioning. It's not functioning for what it's meant to be for the people, for these ideas that we believe in, universal human rights. So I congratulate this meeting, congratulate this summit, because this is unusual. It's unusual to come to Geneva and to have people like us to speak out, because many times they tell us you need to be politically correct. You need to be polite to the international law. You need to work within the diplomatic ways of saying things. But if we work with the diplomatic ways of saying things, we won't be heard, because nobody's being heard when those words are being spoken in those terms. So yes, you hear today frustration, but you also hear hope, because we are about hope. We are not about frustration. We are about hope. And let me tell you why. Because the people in Iran, in Venezuela, in most African countries, in most Asian countries, they want to be free. They want to be free. So this is not about Western values. This is about the essence of human beings that want to be free. And what we need to do is to bring together not just the dissidents, not just the movements, but also governments, media, organizations, human rights organizations. We need to bring everyone into this idea that the world could be a world respectful of human rights. And human rights, my friends, does not come alone. Human rights is a consequence of two other things. In order to have human rights, there needs to be democracy. In order to have democracy, there needs to be free and fair elections. That will lead us to a free society. And only in a free society, there can be respect for human rights.
I just want to reinforce, you mentioned about when you spoke at the UN not being politically correct. Certainly when the two of you and the other dissidents were there yesterday in the United Nations when we had our opening session, one of the diplomats told me, he said, I don't normally hear speeches like this. It's very different. Because normally either you hear very boring things or you hear politically correct things. And here you actually heard from people who have come from dictatorships, who are in very close touch with the victims and speaking with passion and with genuine feeling and truth, and they weren't used to it. So it was very important that the two of you and the other dissidents spoke at the UN. And I'll just mention something else that the two of you have referenced, is that often at the UN, the dictators say, wait, don't tell us what to do in Iran or in Latin America or in Asia. You have your culture, that's Western culture, we have our culture, right? And that's the dictators who say that. They don't want universal human rights, they don't want protections. But of course, when you hear from the dissidents say, we do want universal human rights, we do want freedom of speech and freedom of assembly and so forth. So that is one of the big propaganda
Good
at the
question.
UN.
Very good question. But my brother, let's be very clear. I don't want to criticize dictators for saying this is our culture, because we know dictators, they lies. My problem is with those who buy these lies. The Europeans, for years and years, they bought these lies and saying that, when we go to Iran, we have to respect their culture. Really? Forcing 7-year-old girl to cover from top to the toe in order to get an education is the culture of Iranian people? This is an insult to the entire nation, because this is the culture of ISIS. This is the culture of Taliban. They say that, people in Iran, in the Middle East, in authoritarian regimes, they don't deserve democracy. So maybe they don't say deserve. They say that they don't want democracy. This is not their culture. No, we want democracy. And we deserve to have secular democracy and sit together like this. Sitting here, speaking is a crime in my country. You get bullets in your head, in your chest, if you speak up. And you think that this is our culture? Or suddenly we want to die. I mean, as a woman, we want to get raped because this is our culture? This is really an insult to a nation. So I don't criticize the dictators, but I call on Europeans, on democratic countries, to respect nation with empty hands, stand up and say that our culture is tolerance. Our culture is not death to America, death to Israel. Our culture is we want to normalize having relation with America, with Israel, with all over the world. Our culture is not I am Hamas. No. Our culture is Hamas, Houthi, Islamic Republic, they are the biggest terrorist organization against people of Iran, people of Palestine, people of Gaza, people of Israel. This is our culture. Middle East is the most beautiful culture. Before Islamic Republic, we don't even share border with Israel. We had good relation with the Israeli government. This is not a culture to hate Israeli government. This is not our culture to hate America. We love you, good people. We love you. I was brainwashed. In my country, they were telling me that you have to shout death to America and Israel as loud as Tel Aviv and White House would shake. Guess what? This is Iranians now. They shout as loud as Ali Khamenei's house is shaking now. Death to Islamic Republic. This is our culture, because our culture is all about love, dancing, music, history, culture. But their culture, the Islamic Republic culture, is death, sending weapons, sending assassins in front of your house, sending killers, rapists, expanding Islamic ideology everywhere. This is their culture. So then it's your choice. You have choice. You want to choose the culture of ISIS, Taliban, and Islamic Republic, Hamas, Houthi, Hezbollah, or the culture of the beautiful Middle East who wants to stand together and be a normal country, have normal relation with all of you. Choose us. You don't have two options. You have only one option. Yes? Because in the West, I'm going to, last sentence. Unfortunately, you cannot ask me to be politically correct. Unfortunately, some in the West, they are allergic to the word regime change. But hey, we have allergy to dictators. So it's very simple. Join us. This is the Berlin Wall moment of Venezuela, Iran. Please join us to bring the wall of dictatorship down. The consequence is going to be bigger than the fall of the Berlin Wall, because we're going to have peace and global security without the autocracy ink. Together, we are stronger. Thank you so much.
Leo, final thoughts, 30 seconds.
I just join a global movement for freedom. We offer you the World Liberty Congress, but you also have the Geneva Summit. Just join. Understand that alone we cannot win this fight. Understand that we need to learn about what's happening in other parts of the world. And I think that's the biggest takeaway of this summit. Let's join efforts. Let's be courageous. And one final thought. They cannot change us as human beings. We are good people. They cannot change us. When we want to smile, we need to smile. They cannot take away from us our optimism. They cannot make us be people who are resentful and bad and in a bad mood all the time. We want to fight this fight with optimism, with hope, and with the assurance that we will be free. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Leopoldo. Before we break, I want to remind people we're going to break in a moment for lunch. The event will resume at 2:30 p.m. I want to thank Masih Alinejad, Leopoldo Lopez for your contributions, which underscore the theme of today's Geneva Summit: unite against tyranny and rise for freedom. Thank you very much.
Alright, ndoza muwulidde bulungi. Wagenda kubeerawo ka break. Akatonotono. Era ng'olukomawo bwe ruti. His Excellency Bobi Wine agenda kuba nga naye already ali set. His Excellency Bobi Wine is already set to address the summit, to address world leaders. Nabagambye nti eno ze zimu ku summit ez'amaanyi okwetooloola ensi eno yonna era ng'ekyandeese ng'obudde bukyali saagala omiisinga ekintu na kimu yadde. Njagala buli kigambo okikakinga live, njagala buli kintu His Excellency Chagulani Sentamu but kyagenda okwogera naye. Of course you can anticipate what he is going to be addressing, of course the situation back here in Uganda. Awo nyini wolabye abaami abo n'abakyala abo batudde. On the other side waliyo United Nations Human Rights Council, era nga abakulembeze ab'enjawulo okwetoola eggwanga, okwetoola ensi eno kwebali. Weebali bonna. Era nga obanga ofunye omukisa gw'okwerako ku summit eno, obeera toyogerera ku summit, obeera oyogera n'ensi yonna. Ba global decision makers weebali bulungi nnyo. Naye nga before nadde nkujjukiza nti as of right now His Excellency Chagulani Sentamu but tagenda kusobola kubeerawo physically. Nga ffenna bwe tulinze, I really don't know how they are going to make it because sessions ziba za njawulo. Waliwo eno session wojja n'oyimirira ku podium n'oyogerako eri ensi, n'oyogerako eri ensi wa summit. Then waliwo panel, kati nga wolabye panel yebaddeko abantu basatu. Of course His Excellency Chagulani, His Excellency Chagulani the other time yafuna omukisa olw'ensonga nti yaliyo physically, yafuna omukisa ogw'okubeera nti panel zonna yaziriko bulungi nnyo. Naye this time round I'm yet to also get to know because due to the fact that he's still in hiding due to the situation surrounding his safety, as well as the fact that the army soldiers on orders of Muhoozi and Museveni continue to hunt for him, raiding homes of his confidants and the opposition MPs, asking for his whereabouts. So due to the fact that that is his current state of being, I'm yet to understand when it comes to the other session of being on a panel how it's going to be done. Anyway, engeri gye tuli nti tuli live, you are catching each and everything live. Beerawo buli kimu obeere nga okitegeera bulungi, buli kimu obeere nga tebagenda kikunyumiza bunyumiza. Mpozi kyenkusaba era genda mu maaso nga naawe kennyini osharinga video eno ne munno, yagenda mu maaso nga video eno ogisharingako ne munno. His Excellency ayise ebizibu bingi nnyo, tukyayita mu bizibu biyitirivu nnyo in order to craft non-fictional socio-economic and political change. Biyitirivu nnyo. Like the entire process before, during and even after, everything was a mess. Bw'otunuulira video ng'eno ekwewuunyisa. Otunuulira omusajja ng'ayimiridde wakati w'abasirikale ebikumi nga kye bagezaako kukola kiki. What they are trying to do at this particular point in time was to prevent him from proceeding to where he was going. As simple as that. Why? Because there were very many people waiting for him, and due to the fact that okwogera n'ababeera babuusa ne bagamba no, we have to stop Bobi Wine. Not only stopping Bobi Wine, not only standing there ne bakola byonna bye bakola, agenda maaso nga bakuba abantu tear gas, masasi, baganda bafa bamu ne bakafiiramu. So his house as of right now, ebigenda maaso wali makage magere, the entire house is still under military occupation. Police, the military, SFC, JAT, they all continue to maintain their presence heavily at the residence of His Excellency in Magere. There is no one who is allowed to come out of that house. No one is allowed to go in. Whether you are who, like the other time, the deputy president, that's none other than John Baptist Nambeshe, who actually happens to be the only deputy president of the National Platform who happens to be not in jail. Of course, as of now, because the motive of Museveni and his entire regime is to completely crash the National Unity Platform. That's why the deputy spokesperson of the National Platform, is in jail. Not that he committed any crime, no, because he's outspoken, because he's very, 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 very married into, crafting change. The deputy president for Western region, that is Mama Jolly Jacqueline Tokamushaba, she was, remember, abducted on the 14th of January 2026, and then detained in a Comunicado for over 3 weeks. And then when a pressure mounted, and then they released her. They dropped her in court, and then she was slapped with the inciting violence and then remanded. But of course, before even she was produced in court, the legal team of the National Platform filed habeas corpus application with a high court, but the state denied having her. They came out actually and signed the affidavits. The state distancing themselves from holding Jolly Jacqueline Tokamushaba. Only after more than 3 weeks, she was then produced in court. The same applies to Mama Lina Zedriga, the deputy president for northern Uganda. She was abducted on the 15th of January 2026, on the election day, that morning. And then she was also detained in a Comunicado for over 3 weeks, until when pressure mounted from leaders of Acholi and other concerned citizens of the land. That's when she was also produced in court in Gulu. And then for Mama Lina Zedriga, there is something maybe you need to understand. She was later on sneaked out of Gulu and brought to Luzila. As of right now, she's detained at Luzila prison. That's why yesterday she appeared via a video. She was in court via video. She did not manage to be physically present in court. They used the video link to for her bail hearing. So, but the same applies to Malina Zedrigan, that habeas corpus was filed with High Court, and then the state also denied having her. The same applies to one of the commissioners of the National Inter-Platform Election Management Committee, that is Johnny Mary Sebufu, which was also abducted, held in a Comunicado for weeks. State denied having her, and then later having him, and then later on he was also produced in court and slapped with the same inciting violence fabricated charges. The same applies to all the other top leaders of the National Unity Platform. And the other thing is the fact that soldiers on command of Muhoz and his son, Muhoz and his father, Museveni, continue to hunt down for His Excellency Bobi Wine. On top of raiding homes of opposition MPs, they are also visiting and raiding homes of leaders of the National Inter-Platform. Now, the head of the National Inter-Platform Election Management Committee, that is Harriet Chemutai, recently her home in Kapchora was raided by soldiers. She said there were over 50 of them. They rounded up her home, snatched her, detained her throughout that entire night, asking her where Bobi Wine was. They confiscated her phone, went through the phone, the calls she makes, the messages she sends on WhatsApp and other messaging applications, on top of asking her questions, the whereabouts of His Excellency Bobi Wine. Later on in the morning, she was released, and they warned her that if she was lying to her, whatever she told them, she would suffer dire consequences. That is the situation. The situation continues to be very tense, very tense. Of course, on the other side, the regime is going to come out and say, no, we're not interested in Bobi Wine. We do not actually have anything to do with him. The police would even come and say, no, he is right there at his home. You can even go and access him. Actually, the first day, the Minister of Information for this regime, that is Chris Baryomunsi, came out and said, no, Chagulani is at his home. We don't have anything to do with him. Actually, all you see is propaganda and all that kind of thing. Then family and friends of His Excellency Bobi Wine, that the next morning, they went to visit Barbie, only to find roadblocks all over roads leading to Bobi Wine's residence in Magere, and they were denied access. And these were immediate brothers and sisters of His Excellency Bobi Wine. They were denied access. Just a few days ago, the entire leadership, led by Deputy President, the one I was talking about, they were denied access. They had gone with the affidavits for those in the house to sign, and of course assess the entire situation surrounding the residence of His Excellency Bobi Wine, but they were also denied access, on top of arresting one of Bobi Wine's lawyers, that is Tumusime Kakuru, that he was recording them. Anyway, what you need to know, these guys don't want to be recorded. When they catch you recording them, that is a serious offense. That is a serious offense. They catch you recording them, they are going to confiscate your phone, ask you to delete each and everything, if at all you survive and they do not take your phone. So that is the situation. Look at this. Look at that. For those who just joined us, the summit is just in a break of about, 30 minutes. Yeah, and then they are going to resume with His Excellency Bobi Wine shortly. They are going to resume with His Excellency Bobi Wine. But the situation at Bobi Wine's home is tense. So for those of you who are asking, of course, friends of Uganda, yeah, we have those people who wish well for Uganda, and they do not receive constant updates or instant updates about the situation back here in Uganda. And they were asking, is Bobi Wine going to appear physically at the Geneva Summit? In brief, no. He's not going to be there physically due to the situation I just explained. He's going to appear via a video. It's going to appear via a video. I'm going to be, of course, streaming it to you all the events. That's why I'm live. Whatever you're watching right now, we are live. First, hold on a minute. All right, of course, that's the situation in Magere. And then also, for those who just joined us, I'm just giving you a hint as to why His Excellency Bobi Wine can't make it physically at the summit. He escaped, of course, from his residence due to the situation you just saw or had me describe, and is in hiding. He was interviewed by Al Jazeera, BBC, and the DWTV and other Sky News and other international media platforms. The main question, are you going to the courts to challenge Museveni for the stolen election? His answer was no. His answer was no, so he's not going to be going to Museveni's courts. Remember, courts back here in Uganda are all in the hands of one man. He's the one who decides. He can't waste that time going to courts again. So he was interviewed. This was the interview His Excellency Bobi Wine did with Al Jazeera. Actually, he hinted on that.
Wine, also known as Robert Chagulani, is in hiding after security forces raided his home last Friday.
How are you? How's your family?
I'm alive. I don't know how my family is.
He spoke to Al Jazeera.
I would love to be in my home. I've not changed my clothes in days. I want to be home. I want to be free. I want to take care of my people. But the military and police have taken over my home. This is a crackdown to intimidate, to silence, and to completely, subdue the forces of change.
You have rejected the elections. You said that the election is rigged. What evidence do you have?
This time, not the police, not the military, but Electoral Commission officials took part in critiquing ballot papers in favor of General Museveni. Glad enough, we have record of them, we have videos of them doing that.
Do you want people to come out to the streets to protest?
We want the people of Uganda to take charge of this and find numerous creative ways. Could be protesting on the streets. Some of us started protesting by holding high the national flag. Others can protest by staying at home.
We spoke to the police spokesman a couple of days ago about the status of Bobi Wine, and he said that Wine is not under house arrest and we can access his home and his family. We've tried to go there. Police are standing guard. There is a roadblock. Party officials tried to bring some food supplies to the family, but the police say no. They say they are consulting. We've also spoken to Bobi Wine, who is still in hiding.
I would love to be in my home. I've not changed my clothes in days. I want to be home. I want to be free. I want to take care of my people. But the military and police have taken over my home. They've vandalized my gate. They are in charge of my gate. They've cut the padlocks. They've cut power at my house. They've cut off, surveillance cameras at my house. So they've more or less colonized my home.
President Yoweri Museveni has also reacted to the election. He says that the opposition led by Bobi Wine wanted to destabilize the country and cause chaos.
So therefore, I congratulate the people of Uganda. I ask the confused people to come back to
that is the narrative they will always trade, that the opposition wants to destabilize the country. And then you wonder, actually there is also this other narrative Museveni and his regime all propagandists and the apologists trade, that they cannot allow Bobi Wine and his entire team to turn Uganda like Somalia or Libya. I always ask my question. I also ask myself a question. Which one of the two can easily turn Uganda into Libya or Somalia? Is it Bobi Wine or Museveni? Because here is the fact. Bobi Wine won this previous election. Bobi Wine won the 2021 election. Dr. Kizza Besigye won a 2016 election. Dr. Kizza Besigye won 2011 election. Like it has always been the Electoral Commission playing in favor of Museveni against the will of Ugandans. Now, if perhaps we go into an election and then the Electoral Commission announces the guy who has scored position 3, the winner, who is in the wrong? Who can easily turn the country into chaos and all that kind of thing? I believe it's the regime that can turn this our country into Somalia or Libya. But of course, His Excellency Bobi Wine is for non-violence, of which he can't take that route of holding arms to take on this regime. I don't see that in him. He has stressed it, that if you capture power, you are also going to guard it at all cost. Like if you take power using guns, you are going to be forced to use guns to keep that power. So he wants to break that cycle. Actually, that's how we have been since the independence. And he wants to break that a cycle of gun violence in order to come to power. The other thing is the fact that his home was raided on orders of, by of course soldiers, on orders of Museveni's son, that is Muhoozi Kainerugaba. Everything turned upside and down. His wife was assaulted. Now, there is something very interesting. The regime will come out and say, no one raided Bobi Wine's house. That's a lie. And then Museveni's son comes out with the facts. He posts photos of Bobi Wine's wife at gunpoint inside their own residence in Magere. And then everyone's like, okay, so this was true. They raided the house. Yes, only that Muhoozi came out and said that, no, we raided the house, but we did not assault Bobi Wine's wife. Now, who would believe you? Because in the first place, you are not even supposed to raid someone's house. There is no crime they committed that warranted their house being raided. On top of raiding the house, they took important documents, including academic documents, land titles. They took each and every electronic gadget, from laptops, tablets, phablets, smartphones, earbuds, everything. And also, His Excellency Bobi Wine had set up a very sophisticated CCTV infrastructure at his residency. You know, the entire house was fully under CCTV cameras, like installation, all that kind of thing. But these guys destroyed it and they took it. On top of also destroying the internet infrastructure and taking each and everything. Properties inside the house, tables, chairs, everything, they were destroyed. Doors were broken. So, actually, 2 times, not once. The first time was 23rd of January, and then the second time recently. I don't remember the exact date, but recently they raided it the second time in search for other items. No one knows. Actually, His Excellency Bobi Wine came out and he said, as of now, no one knows the extent of the damage caused at his residence, because since they raided his house, no one has been allowed to access that residence. No one has been allowed to access that residence. Now, here is a video, Muhoozi, or a photo Muhoozi Museveni's son posted of Bobi Wine's wife. There is Barbie Chagulani. That night, when soldiers raided their house in Magere, she was put at gunpoint. They stripped her naked. Unfortunately, they were also taking videos and photos of each and everything that night. That video and the photo was shared by Museveni's son, confirming the raid and also psychologically torturing Bobi Wine. Maybe they thought raiding his residence, putting his wife at gunpoint and doing all manner of unspeakable things they did to her, that maybe Bobi Wine will come out from hiding. When Barbie Chagulani, of course, she had to be hospitalized. She had to be hospitalized from the trauma, the physical and the psychological torture she was subjected to. She sent Bobi Wine a message that, please, please, please stay where you are. Don't see me go through this and maybe be tempted to come out from hiding. I shouldn't be the one sabotaging your plans. That was very, very powerful. Very, very powerful from Bobi Wine's wife. Shortly, we are going to be hearing from the man himself, His Excellency Bobi Wine, addressing the Geneva Summit. That's what brought me here. The summit is still, they are on break. They are going to resume shortly. They are going to be resuming shortly. But as they resume, I want to show you something. The ordeal from Bobi Wine's wife after the raid.
These people were drunk and they were very provocative. One of them asked me in how I could end up marrying a traitor of Uganda as if I never saw Wanyankole to marry. Yesterday, the group that came to raid our home was a different group. They were so many, heavily armed, drunk, and they looked the same and spoke one language. They broke into the gate, the lower gate. Our askari was in a different corner, so he saw them and he called me. Our askari saw them and called me. I had already gone to...
Yeah, for those who just joined us, of course, we are live. The summit is in a break. They are going to resume shortly. Yeah, they are in a break. They are going to be resuming shortly. Very, very shortly. They are going to be, that is the 18th Geneva Summit for Human Rights and Democracy. Yeah, they're in a short break and they are going to be resuming with His Excellency Chagulani Sentamu Robert addressing the summit.
I was just preparing to read like one page of my own. The askari called me and said, these men are many and they are coming in this time. So, in the moment, I got out of the bed, switched off the bed light, then tried to walk out of the bedroom and lock it, looking for a place to hide. But then I realized that was the wise thing to do. I opened the bedroom again, went in, opened the balcony room to make a video of at least some evidence of these people were coming in. I just shot a small snippet thing because already they had ladders and they were climbing to our veranda. So when I shot that, I locked the veranda door again, went in, sent the video to our son Solomon, and I asked him to let people know that we were under attack. Then I called our other son, who is also my brother-in-law, Dax, and I told him, it's finished, these people are coming in definitely. So I walked out of the room, locked the door, and then went down the stairs. When I reached the stairs and looked in the window, there was this big group of men. Every window had like 10 men in it. And they said, open the door. They said it in Munyankole. I replied in Munyankole, I said I was not going to open. So I passed the stairs, went to the general bathroom, locked the door and called our neighbor, one of our neighbors. And I said, we have a problem here, let everybody know. Then I came out of the room. When I came out of the room, they were already coming into the sitting room. They had finished breaking everything. There were so many, very many. They went to all directions of the house. Ceiling, rooms, kitchen, outside in the compound, on the verandas, my bedroom, kids' bedrooms, bathrooms, everywhere. They were everywhere. They were very many. In that moment, they did not allow me to follow anybody where they were. One of them told me to give them my phone. He came and sat behind me, told me, give me your phone. I gave it to him from this angle. He put it in front of me and said, give me the password in Runyankore. And I said back, I'm not giving you the password. He said, you're going to give me the password. And I said, I'm not going to give you the password. He left, went outside on the veranda, came with other 4 men. So when he came back, he went in the same position where he was. He lifted me by the trousers. I was wearing 90 trousers and a shirt. He lifted me by the trousers, lifted me up, and then the one who was standing in front of me strangled me by the neck from the front. And then he told me, give me the password. And I told him in his face, I will not give you the password. The one who was behind here pulled my shirt. So now I was between 2 men. One was strangling me and one was pulling my shirt from there. And you know how the button chokes you here? So the button was choking me. I kicked the man who was in front of me. And when I kicked him in someplace very hurtful, and he walked away, then this one pulled me and all the buttons broke. Then he stayed with the shirt in his hands. So I walked across the room naked. Now, in that room there were so many men. Some of them just shied away and looked to the side. Some of them kept looking, and there was one sober one. And he said in Uganda, nedda, Mama Mudize, esati ya yambale. It was on the floor. One of them picked it and said, Wanike mikono, oyambale sati. And I said, no, give me the shirt, I'll dress myself up. He gave it to me. In that moment, the other guy who took my phone and who had my shirt who tore my shirt in the beginning, came back and held me by my hair. It was plaited like this last night. He held me by my hair and pushed me all the way up to a pole across in the sitting room. And I hit my lip. And then he told me, bring the password. I said again, there's no password for you. Then he pulled me down on the floor and they sat on me. I felt as if 4 bodies sat on me. There was someone, I think, was overseeing everything. He told them, what's happening here? Leave her. Then they went. I sat on the floor, and in that moment, I felt thirsty, I felt nauseous, I felt dizzy, my body was confused. I asked for water. They brought me a glass of water. I asked for more water. They gave me another glass. And that was the last that I remember for that event. The next moment that I got to realize, I was on the veranda sleeping in my own vomit. The askari and the other boy organized and drove me to hospital.
So they left you in your house when you were unconscious?
They left me in my house. In my house or on the veranda, because when I realized I was outside on the veranda, sleeping in my own vomit. So all this while, they were asking me where my husband was. Where is your husband? I said, I don't know where he is. They asked me, did you think you'd bring your brother here to run on Kampala MP and win? That's not how you come and conquer. I don't have a brother that ran for any position. They kept asking the askari, where are the children? They beat him. Beat him here on the face. He has another cut on the head. They asked him where the children, he said he didn't know. They asked him where the basement was. Where is the basement? He said, I'm new here. I don't know if there is even a basement here. So they collected everything. Phones, laptops, electricity, chargers, AirPods, anything electrical. They took away our camera system. They went to the ceiling, picked it, broke everything down, left us in the dark, and went.
do you think this man could have been sent by General
General Muwonge has given my husband an ultimatum of 48 hours, sometime 3 days ago now. Okay, it's past 48 hours. And he told him to come out of the latrine if that's where he was hiding. Then he said, I am looking for you, and when I find you, I'll treat you the way they treat, was it rebels, was it outlaws, yes, outlaws. So, if someone threatens you to that extent, and they are in an office of power, and they're in control of the army, and all the army outfit, how could you say they're not the one that sent those people?
What message do you have for your husband
wherever he is? He should just do his thing. He shouldn't worry about me. As soon as the doctor says I am good to go, I'm going back to our home. Relax. I am going to be fine. I shouldn't be the reason you leave. You're hiding. You should come at your own timing and when you feel safe. Otherwise, I'm okay.
Fellow Ugandans and friends of Uganda all over the world, my name is Chagulani Sentamo Robert, also known as Bobi Wine, and today is the 24th of January 2026. It's exactly 8 days since I escaped from my own house following a raid that was carried out by the military and police at my home on the orders of Muhoozi Kainerugaba, Museveni's son, and the Chief of Defense Forces. We had gotten earlier intelligence from our friends within the army that he had issued orders to his men to come and harm me. So when we saw them jumping over our fence on the night of 16th January, I somehow escaped from my home and left. That night they didn't enter into our house. They stopped in the compound. 3 days ago, they once again jumped into our fence, hurled profanities to my wife, and threatened to break into my house. That was the second time. Now last night was the third time for them to raid us. They came in hundreds, according to my wife. They broke every door in our house, including those that were not locked. They took away all our documents, from academic documents, land title deeds, and all important documents. They took every gadget, phones, chargers. They took our internet system. They even took all the laptops, including children's school laptops. They also took away our CCTV camera system and destroyed anything that they could destroy, broke glass and cut even our chairs. They put my wife on gunpoint, demanding that she shows them where I was. They even forced her to remove the passwords from her phone and our laptops, but she refused. Well, these and many things that Museveni's regime is doing through his son and his other people are not signs of strength. These are signs of weakness. If Museveni claims that he won the election, why is he panicking? Why is he doing all manner of terrible things? Why is he harassing people? Why is he harassing me and my family? Those are signs of shame. Those are signs of illegitimacy. Now my message to you, fellow Ugandans, I am not in my home because I still want to be able to speak to you like I'm doing. I'm not in my home because my life is threatened. I take this opportunity, first of all, to thank the international community for the voices that they've raised, but to also encourage them to keep an eye on Uganda, especially at this critical time. To you, fellow Ugandans, this is our country. All this is being done to intimidate us. They've abducted two of my deputy presidents, Lina Zedriga and Jole Tukamshaba. We don't know where they are. They've arrested Mwanga Chivumi, my deputy president in charge of Buganda region, and many other comrades to sow fear in us. I encourage you to be strong, to be smart, to be creative. These people are not as strong as they purport, and indeed they are not as smart as they are. They failed to find me for 8 days. I also tell you that we must never give up. Uganda is our country and we must fight and liberate it. I will resurface at an appropriate time to forward our struggle. In the meantime, I'm not home because I'm trying to keep safe, I'm trying to keep alive, and I want to keep communicating to you. We shall overcome, we shall be free. People power, our power.
All right, that is His Excellency Bobi Wine, Chagulani Sentamu Robert, original names. Actually, that moment is when they had just raided his residence in Magere, and up to now they're still hunting down for him. Actually, the hunt intensified when they heard that he's going to be addressing that summit, this summit. Yeah, the Geneva Summit of the 18th one. The search intensified. They did not want him to address this summit. Yeah, they searched for him everywhere. They mounted roadblocks on major roads where they anticipated he could be. But of course, they did not manage to get him. Actually, it is now more than a month because he escaped from his house on the 16th. Today is the 18th. So it's more than a month. They've been searching everywhere ever since he's escaped, and they have not managed to find him. But like I just mentioned, the hunt intensified the moment they heard that he's going to be addressing the Geneva Summit. How? If you've been following Uganda's politics, for those who have managed to be part of this journey, you remember that each time Kano Dr. Kizza Besigye, the moment he could cast his vote, his house would go through the same treatment they did to His Excellency Bobi Wine during 2021. He was put under house arrest until when they could feel that, no, now this is enough. They did that in 2006. They did that in 2011. They did that in 2016. They did that in 2001. So, the 4 times he stood against Museveni, he was being treated in the same way. House arrest, prevented from talking to the international press, prevented from addressing people, prevented from doing anything. Actually, that's what they did to His Excellency Bobi Wine in 2021, immediately after the elections. They stayed at his residence for 11 days. This time around, they've been there for over a month now. But in 2021, they were at his residence for 11 days. And actually, they left not because they wanted to be there for those 11 days. No, it was pressure from international community that led them to say, okay, now enough of this. This time around, Bobi Wine was like, no, you don't treat me the same way you treated me in 2021. I'll be able to speak to the international press. I'll be able to address whatever summit I want. I will be able to speak to. In the span of 30 days, he has been in hiding. He has managed to let the world know the situation back home, how the election was rigged. You've noticed it's just a few presidents that have congratulated Museveni. That's a plus. Gwenzo kirabanga ekiri awe kitalimu nnyo ne bro, that is a plus. Just mention them. How many countries have congratulated Museveni? Imagine winning with over 71%. 71%. How many countries? I believe it is China. I believe it is Russia. I believe it is Ruto. But Ruto is in the same bed with Museveni. Actually, the same things Museveni does here in Uganda, it's the same things Ruto does. Remember the protests that took place in Kenya the other time, how those who led it were treated, how comrades Bob Njagi and Nicholas Oyo were abducted in Uganda on the 1st of September 2025, and Ruto was mute. Imagine your citizens get abducted in another country, and you pretend to be friends with that country, but you don't even say a single word. Yeah, those were leaders of the Free Kenyan movement, Bob Njagi and Nicholas Oyo. They were abducted by Museveni's militia group. and detained in a communicado for over 80 days until when pressure mounted from Kenyatta and his other friends, and they were released from the fridge, how Museveni described it, and then dumped at Busia border and directed to go back to Nairobi. No coming back to Uganda. So, yes, Ruto congratulated Museveni, and who else? China, Kenya, I don't know. You can mention them there in the comment section. It's not because of the fact that they do not saw that he won with 71%, but because His Excellency Bobi Wine continues to speak to various leaders. When he came out and said he's visiting different leaders, he did not mention who. For those of you who remember that video he made, he came out and said, no, as of now, I'm still connecting, speaking to different leaders in the land. He's not going to tell you that I've visited so and so, but he's going to do what he can do. That's why I encourage us to also play our part. Yeah, let us not leave it to him alone. He's just a single guy. Like, he cannot do each and everything. So each one of us must identify their potentials, and then we capitalize on that. So the fact that he continues to speak the rest of the world, you are not going to see many more congratulating Museveni, because they know this wasn't an election. You saw European Union Parliament came out and described this election as a military operation, and they also put tough demands. A resolution they passed recently asking Uganda to free all political prisoners, to align with democratic principles. Anyway, I gave that update for those who missed it. Then come to this Senate of Foreign Relations in the US. They also came out and described this election in the same way, also addressing the issue of Museveni's son, who came out and attacked them for hiding Bobi Wine. Remember, Museveni's son accused the United States Embassy here in Uganda of helping Bobi Wine to escape. Imagine. They accused the United States Embassy here in Uganda of helping Bobi Wine to escape. In brief, labeling Bobi Wine as someone who cannot get lost by himself. Like, cannot hide by himself. He has to be arrested by America. And then, on top of accusing the US of helping Bobi Wine to escape or hiding Bobi Wine, they also, of course, through the Chief of Defense Forces, that is Muhoozi Kainerugaba, he said they are ending any cooperation with the US. And within just split seconds, he came out apologizing to the United States that, I'm really very sorry and I'm here to apologize. I was fed with the wrong information. The fact of the matter, no one fed him with the wrong information. He was the guy behind that information. He was acting on his own instincts and intelligence. So he was just lying that someone fed him with the wrong information, that the US was hiding Bobi Wine and all that kind of thing. Anyway, the US came out and rejected that horror apology. They actually described it as a horror apology. It did not contain any substance at all. Yeah, how many countries, I asked you to mention them there in the comment section, have congratulated Museveni? I'm going through your comment section to see them. Maybe it's me. Baganda bange abatali ba kingere leero nayitiddeko mu kingere ekitonotono ekitali kingi naye nga tukyaliwo wano bulungi nnyo. Tukyagenda maaso. Actually bagenda ku resuminga mu dakiika ntono nnyo okuva kati. Yes, kwa bagambye 1 hour 30 minutes. But 30 minutes, 1 hour, I don't remember well. Naye nga mu dakiika ntono nnyo they are going to be resuming with the summit. Tukyagenda maaso. His Excellency Chagulani Sentamurat is already set. Kwekyolina okumanya is already set. Is already set. Ekyandeese wana kapayopayo mangu nnyo. Ade saagala omisinge kintu na kimu. Inade saagala omisinge kintu na kimu. Era saagala genda maaso ng'osharinga video eno far and wide. genda maaso ng'ogipushinga mu Facebook groups eyo, WhatsApp groups eyo, yona gy'osobola ogiteeka ngiteekeyo. All right, let me hope you've shared with your friends. Okenda mama wange sigalaba gemutaddewo naye nga mbalengera mu comment section abasobola okupushinga abasobola okuddamu live ne mugikola ku platforms endala namwe mba mukola omulimu gw'amaanyi nnyo, mwebale nnyo mugende maaso nga mukola ekintu kyekimu. Okay, there is something else I wanted to also share with you as we wait for the summit to resume. The economic freedom fighters boss, and that's none other than Julius Malema, also came out and condemned the sham or the militarized election. We also recently on the 15th, and I shouldn't even speak too much about that. Let me just give you the man himself.
The 2026 Ugandan general election was marked by a nationwide internet blackout, repression of civil society, violence against opposition supporters, and the suppression of independent media and communication. Just days before the vote, the Uganda Communications Commission ordered the shutdown of internet and mobile service in a brazen attempt to blind citizens to the democratic processes and undermine transparency at the crucial moment when information is needed. Reports from international human rights organizations confirm that these steps violated fundamental rights to access information and free expression, creating information vacuum that shields abuses, delays results, and erode public confidence in the integrity of the elections. We condemn the violence and intimidation directed against opposition figures, political activists, and voters, and the unaccountable use of security forces to silence dissent. The EFF stands in firm solidarity with the people of Uganda and calls on regional and international bodies to recognize these elections as illegitimate and unacceptable democratic norms.
Yes, that was very powerful, that last statement.
Security forces to silence dissent. The EFF stands in firm solidarity with the people of Uganda and calls on regional and international bodies.
He called on the regional and international bodies. Regional, including the East African community. But now, when you look at the East African community with the people like Kagame, Tshisekedi, Salva Kiir, and then talk of Ruto, and then Samia Suluhu. You know, just a mention of only those few. What comes to your mind? Okay, let's mention Samia Suluhu. Talk of Ruto. Then Salva Kiir. He can no longer. I saw the guy the other day, and I'm like, I couldn't even believe it. But yeah, he's also the president of South Sudan. Then Tshisekedi or Kagame. I believe it is an important kind of a community that can't even make any resolution in favor of dissenting voices.
To recognize these elections.
But anyway, Julius Malema called on the international bodies as well as the regional bodies I just singled out the East African community because Uganda is in the East African community. He was calling upon all those bodies to reject
as illegitimate and unacceptable democratic norms.
And then something else that I wanted to share with you as we wait for the summit to resume. What was that? The calls from, of course, just like I reminded you earlier on, that due to the fact that His Excellency Bobi Wine refused to be held under house arrest, he goes on to interact with the different leaders across the land and across or outside Uganda. His lawyers also are doing a tremendous work. Actually, I also need to remind you that through his lawyers, Bobi Wine managed to drag Museveni and his son to the International Criminal Court over crimes against humanity. And at least for those who follow me right here on this channel, I always bring to you those updates about the case at the International Criminal Court, bringing it to you Bruce Eflin. He always comes here to stress that point. They filed over 215 affidavits from different victims. Yeah, such a very huge number. Anyway, that update will also come at its own time. Then here comes Robert Amsterdam recently, who also came out with new developments. As we wait for the summit to resume, a fast feed on this. Fast feed on this.
My name is Robert Amsterdam, and I serve as counsel for the last 8 years to both Bobi Wine, the presidential candidate in Uganda that we believe won the last election, and his political party. We are all who are engaged in Uganda today shocked and appalled by the continuous stream of statements coming from Muwonge with respect to searching for the president, Mr. Wine, dead or alive, in a circumstance where everyone agrees he has committed no crime other than to once again win the hearts and minds of the people of Uganda. International law is limited in terms of what remedies we have against individuals such as Muwonge, who indiscriminately murder political opponents because they don't have the courage to face them in debate. What Mr. Muwonge lacks is courage and integrity. He believes, as does his father, that they own Uganda, that Uganda is their feudal fiefdom. They are colonialists, and they are in the process of internally colonizing Uganda as their possession, not as a free and democratic society. In 1991, the Commonwealth came together and issued a declaration called the Harare Declaration. And that declaration, with which my firm is quite familiar, sets out many guarantees with respect to the behavior of governments, guarantees concerning freedom of expression, guarantees concerning freedom of association. And let me remind the government of Uganda of what is contained in the Ugandan constitution, which all parties seem to have lost sight of. And I can sit here today and talk about Articles 21 through 38 of the Ugandan constitution. But what I am going to say is this. We are intent on requesting the Commonwealth to suspend Uganda until such time as it returns to becoming a rule of law state. Our options are limited, but they are not negligible. And we are also going to ask all those countries that engage in either donor programs or commercial relationships to understand that Uganda today is acting as an outlaw. And there are international sanctions, there are international tools or mechanisms whereby corporations and countries do not have to be made complicit in these human rights abuses. But corporate complicity is something that we are as well exploring. Just as we have for the Democratic Republic of Congo, we will explore those options for the opposition, those who should actually be forming the government of Uganda. I urge all of those frustrated and angered by the behavior of those pretending to be a government, but in fact behaving like a military junta, to stick to strictly legal methods of opposition, but carry with yourselves at all times your phones to record the abuses of the army and the police, which are constant and which are being deployed against the very principles for which the Harare Declaration stands. And I want everyone in Uganda to know that we are in solidarity with the people of Uganda, and that this crime of a stolen election will not be forgotten. Thank you very much.
I also tell you that we must never give up. Uganda is our country, and we must fight and liberate it.
Thank you, President, Commissioner, colleagues. What happened on January 15th in Uganda, the so-called elections, were not an election. They were a military operation, and the facts confirm it. Soldiers, acting on direct government orders, raided the home of opposition leader Bobi Wine, assaulted his family and forced the family into exile. Opposition supporters were arrested, disappeared or were killed, including Mesa Kokelo, who was fatally shot while attending a peaceful rally. We are deeply alarmed by reports that the regime has publicly threatened to kill opposition leader Bobi Wine. All these are not isolated incidents. They are acts of terror which are meant to silence an entire opposition. We call for the immediate and unconditional release of all political prisoners, and end to military trial of civilians, full accountability for the crimes committed, and a real electoral reform. Today, we as European Parliament say clearly, we stand with Bobi Wine, Uganda's opposition and civil society, and all those who risk everything to demand freedom. Thank you.
In Uganda, the full subversion of democratic standards, abuse.
Now, shortly, the summit is going to be resuming, but I wanted to remind you about the European Union resolution, the Parliament resolution passed, whereby it was supported by 514 votes. And it's only 3 who were against this resolution, as well as the 56 being absent. But now when you add a total of 56, when you add 56 to 3, it totals to 59. There is no way it can even come to a quota of 514 votes that supported the resolution from this debate. What does that mean? Of course, it takes too much for these guys to vote in such a huge number against Museveni. Kikyengezaako kulaga His Excellency Chagulani ali tatudde agenda maaso ng'akola ki ng'empiki agizannya. Bano banalowooleza nti nno erina kubeera mundu pwa ena amapeesa gakola ki. Era actually someone told me that Museveni munyiivu, that Museveni is very angry seeing Bobi Wine moving around, connecting with the leaders across the planet, of course in hiding, to the point that they have not managed to snatch him. That's why the efforts of searching for his whereabouts intensified, especially when they heard that he's set to address world leaders via this Geneva Summit of 2026. Yeah, they are used to this playbook of detaining their opponents under house arrest. They are not going to arrest you and take you to a non-gazetted detention center or a gazetted detention center like Luzira or whatever. They're just going to turn your home into a prison. That is their own way of doing things. This time round, they are dealing with His Excellency Bobi Wine, who flipped the script. And the only avenue they are embarking on as of now is raiding homes of opposition MPs and the confidants of His Excellency Chagulani, to make sure that they either want to kill him, like Museveni's son has stressed, and he has been, saying all along, they want to detain him or place him under house arrest. Yeah, either killing him, taking him to prison, or placing him under house arrest. But I was shocked anyway, I have to be sincere, when I read the resolution from the European Parliament, and it was supported by 514 votes. Remember, Museveni also has lobbyists out there. Like actually recently, he hired the Joseph Slavic. They signed a contract of $300,000 so that Museveni's image is cleaned abroad. But this is the guy who normally abuses the West, calling them colonialists and all that kind of thing. You also need to remember that Museveni has messed up this country to the point that Uganda cannot survive without the help of these guys. That's the point we are. A biggest chunk of our budget is funded by the West. That's how the guy messed up our country. But of course, we can revive it, we can revamp it, because we are enormously, endowed with the natural resources. Uganda is gifted. We are so rich, only that the resources are not put to proper use. The revenue is stolen and all that kind of thing. Anyway, that will be a story for another day, but let me take you through this.
Severe restrictions on civic space in Uganda. In Uganda, the full subversion of democratic standards, abuse, severe restrictions on civic space, widespread intimidation of opposition figures, fraud, violence, and a nationwide internet blackout. How is it possible that the main opposition candidate, Mr. Bobi Wine, could have been sieged by the military in his house and his family and his wife assaulted by government forces? All of this to guarantee a seventh term in office of Yoweri Museveni. It is just unacceptable, and Europe cannot accept this. I must thank all the political groups that we have convened and made a consensus about this. This is, of course, not just about Uganda. It's about supporting the hundreds of millions of Africans who seek freedom, who seek the right for their voices to be heard, who seek their fight for progress and dignity, but are not allowed to do so through violence and oppression. For decades, this European Union has been engaging with our African partners to try to support free and fair elections. I have myself participated in electoral observations on the continent, and I'm very much aware of the challenges. But we need to do more. We have the means to do more, because today it is Bobi Wine in Uganda. Last year it was Tundu Lissu in Tanzania. And next year it might be Alberto Costa Jr. in Angola. Opposition leaders are being persecuted, elections are being stolen, and we cannot allow, as Europeans, continually to close our eyes, and especially our governments who are making economical dealings with the government of Uganda. Commissioner, the Council has to hear high voice and the opinion of this Parliament about these very tragic circumstances that are happening in Uganda. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, the situation in Uganda is not only a problem for Bobi Wine. Of course, it is for him and his family. It's not only a problem for Uganda, for the country. We've seen that last year in Tanzania. We unfortunately are seeing that in other parts of Africa. But this is also a failure for us. It's a failure of our development cooperation policy. Because I will remind that in the UN, SDGs, the 16th SDG is about good governance, and this is exactly what is lacking, for example, in Uganda. And then we are thinking, why is the case that for every euro that we are sending in our development cooperation, there are 10 times more euros that are evaporating in corruption in these countries. This is because there is no accountability, because the opposition is treated in that way, because we have presidents that are in the 7th mandate without any checks and balances. This is a failure also of our development cooperation policy. Thank you.
Actually, I liked that submission. I liked his submission. It is the failure of themselves, because they care more about their own interests. They put their interests at the top of each and everything, at the top of rule of law, human rights, democracy, and all that kind of thing. He was very, very, very right.
Dear Chair, President González Pons, Commissioner.
Yeah, whoever was asking whether we are live, of course we are live. Only that the summit went through a short break, but looking at my watch here, they are resuming shortly. Yeah, very shortly they are going to be resuming, of course. And His Excellency Bobi Wine is already set. I don't want you to miss each and any word from our president. I want you to be set, to screen record, to share. Yeah, just be alert. That's why I came a bit early.
More than 10 years ago, my first mandate is this European Parliament. I was a member of a EU electoral observation mission to Uganda, a country long tormented by oppressive, brutal regimes. Museveni was elected. So many years after, Museveni is still in place, but democracy has been eroded, human rights continue to be violated. I had the opportunity to check the importance and the weight of EU diplomacy on the spot in Uganda. So it summed up with the embassies of the member states, and we're still powerless in order to make the right point to bring about fair, credible elections in Uganda. Insofar, there is something we can do. It's make the case for human rights violated of the leaders of the opposition, so that the European message is still heard in Kampala, in Uganda, and all over the place, that we do care about those leaders of the opposition which are so unfairly prosecuted against. So please, Commissioner, take the message. Action is needed in Uganda, Kampala. Thank you.
All right, I wanted you to as well listen from His Excellency Bobi Wine. Before, anyway, we go through the details of that clip he shared. Earlier on, I hinted on the fact that this summit normally has segments or sessions. There is that session where you stand up, address the entire summit via a video, like His Excellency did the other time. This is the other time when he was also invited to speak or to address the summit. Majority of you have managed to watch that powerful address he gave. That was 2022. And then later on, he appeared on this panel as well. Here it is. He appeared on this panel.
He is a Ugandan pop star, activist, and political leader. He heads the National Unity Platform, which is the country's largest opposition party, and he was elected to parliament in 2017. As a singer, Bobi Wine's music has focused on social justice issues. He's been blocked from performing, however. Since 2018, his music considered a threat to the political establishment. He received massive support across the country and then started the People Power movement in 2017 to encourage young Ugandans to get involved in politics. Since then, he's been arrested, tortured, subjected to various other forms of abuse and harassment. His supporters and friends have been targeted by the government, with some killed and others abducted and tortured. Bobi Wine was a presidential candidate in Uganda's most recent election, which has been described as the most violent and least fair in the country's history. He was placed under house arrest, denied access to food or water. Now, I see that on social media there's tremendous excitement that you're here at the United Nations and that your followers refer to you as Mr. President. You have the floor.
So, he was there physically, but this time round, he's not going to be able to address this summit physically. It's going to be via a video. So, what I wanted you to understand is the fact that due to the fact the situation surrounding his safety, he's still in the hiding, he cannot freely move, he cannot freely engage with his friends and the family and the everything surrounding his safety, is likely to miss out some engagements, that physical touch, that physical interactions with leaders, because like I explained to you in my update area alone when I was getting to this update that he will be addressing world leaders at this summit, there is that something, when you meet someone, talk to them physically, explain to them the situation back home. This summit, they are political prisoners, political leaders from different walks of lives, decision makers, global decision makers. You need also to know that it is taking place alongside the United Nations Human Rights Council. So his presence physically would mean a lot. Anyway, also his address via a video, due to the fact that he's in hiding, also is a statement. Either ways, it works. Only that that physical interaction is the best. For sure is the best.
Mic check 1 2 1 2.
That was 2022.
Thank you very much for having me. I'm very honored and privileged to be here, not just for myself, but to highlight the plight of the people of Uganda and many people in the world that face the same that we are facing in Uganda. My name, like you said, is Chagulani Sentamo, although I'm more popularly known by my stage name as an artist, Bobi Wine. I'm a musician, an activist, and also political leader. And yes, I challenged General Museveni in the 2021 election, which turned out to be the most violent election, not just in the history of Uganda, but in all elections that I've seen, because I had to campaign with a bulletproof vest and a ballistic helmet. I survived 3 assassination attempts in 3 weeks by the police and military. On the campaign trail, my entire campaign team was arrested and incarcerated without charge. Many were tortured, and many are actually still in detention. On November...
so that is the interaction, that physical touch that he is not going to be able to feel this time around, because like I said, he's going to be addressing via a video. Also note that for those who just joined in asking questions, when is he going to speak, the session or the summit went into a short break. They are still in a break. There is the live feed. They went into a short break, and the summit is going to resume shortly. Mwemwe n'abaakeyungako abatategera kigenda mu maaso, summit eri mu break, yagoinze through into a short break, era nga egenda kuba resuminga shortly with His Excellency Chagulani, kuba obudde bwe butuuse, shortly butuuse, bubulako just dakiika ntono nnyo butuuke. His Dr. Kanokiza Besigye naye yalabikiddeko mu profile ezo zebakoze eki nga bw'ozirengera awo ez'abantu ab'enjawulo summit beeri mu kwogerako ekyo njagadde osooke obeere nga okitegeera nkuzzaayo buzzi okubuulira ebibadde bijja bibeerawo obeere nga at least obeerako nekyofeeding obwongo bwo as of right now. So physical interaction yeeyo tegenda kubeerawo this time round.
18th 2020 I was arrested, and when people protested, the military went on rampage and shot and killed hundreds of protesters, although the regime in Uganda only acknowledged 54. Thousands of our supporters were abducted by unmarked military trucks. Many of them showed up dead on the roadside and in the woods. Many of them returned with severe torture marks and horrifying stories. Women were raped, men were castrated, and others, terrible things happened to them. Many are still missing up to today, and like I said, many are dead. Many are detained without charge up to today. This did not just happen and stopped in the campaign season. It is still going on as we speak right now. Many political prisoners are held without charge, and this includes 2 members of parliament from my party and a young mother who was taken away and left her breastfeeding baby behind. I could go on and on and on, but it's important for me to highlight that as we speak right now.
Okay. Update nzize njibawa every now and then. Nzizemba wanyo that address era nagikozesaako recently when nalinga mbawa amawulire gano nti His Excellency Chagulani agenda kuba addressinga summit eno. Waliwo agambye nti no, this short break can win a World Cup. No, bacha setting up mwena mujukire bulungi nti His Excellency Chagulani is going to be addressing this summit via a video call, via video. So each and everything has to be up to point. Each and everything has to be up to point. Negwe cholina okumanya, he is already set. He is already set. Just go on and share this live video with your friends. And let me thank you again for tuning in from wherever you are. I know we have friends watching from here in Kampala, Agulu, Mbarara, Masaka, Rakai, Arua, in all districts, because we came out in large numbers and voted for His Excellency Chagulani Sentamurobat on the 15th, and then Museveni, with the help of the army, the police, the military, the SFC, the Electoral Commission, the judiciary, the parliament, in brief, all institutions, because he has them in his pocket, declared himself with the 71%. But of course, what they did, they just flipped, they just switched figures. They rigged and he couldn't even come close to His Excellency Chagulani, because they managed it to go up to 20-something. And then during the time of announcing, they had to, instead of announcing Bobi Wine, they announced Museveni. But the tension is still high. No one celebrated Museveni's victory. At least I didn't see any. With that 71%. At least with over that 7 million plus. We could see at least 500,000 Ugandans. At least 500,000 Ugandans storming streets in each and every district, you know, celebrating, drumming, putting on, their yellow attire, celebrating. But we did not see that. Why? Because they just stole this vote. But it's becoming too expensive for them. I can tell you, ever since elections ended, His Excellency Bobi Wine's residence is as you see in the video. Since elections, the situation remains tense. Do you know what that means? People, those soldiers, the police, the SFCs, they have to be facilitated. They have to be facilitated to maintain that heavy military presence at the residence of His Excellency Bobi Wine. They have to be facilitated. Fuel, airtime, food, clothing, and so much. They have to be facilitated, and that is taxpayers' money being wasted. And mind you, when the deputy president, that is John Baptist Nambeshe, visited the residence a few days ago to assess the situation and all that kind of thing. Remember, in his communication, he said there are people inside the house. For example, the security, the askari. They were assaulted on the 23rd. And of course, they needed the medical attention, which they were denied up to this point. Unfortunately, they are not allowed to go out of that house. Why? I anticipate because they believe he is going to tell the rest of the world more of what happened when they raided the residence. Because as of now, we've managed to get to know they've raided the residence twice, like breaking inside. And then the second raid, it's like they left the place open. They are occupying the house. In brief, the entire house is theirs now. So that deployment has to be facilitated. The roadblocks you see on major roads and, of course, across the entire homes of opposition MPs, all of that is taxpayers' money. So the hunt for His Excellency Bobi Wine, the aftermath of this sham election, it's expensive. Yeah, it's expensive to maintain. Very, very expensive. And it's just getting started. Ugandans, they are a bit silent and all that kind of thing, but the pain is too much. The pain is too much. Whoever complained about the break that it's too long, you are right. The break is really too long. Of course, it has been 1 hour since, but get it from me. His Excellency Bobi Wine is set, and very soon, I see the time, it's 9 minutes to 4. Within just a few minutes, he's going to be addressing the summit. Beerako tosubwa kintu na kimu nenga bwe nakugambye nti kiba better nnyo nga wali physically, man, like the way it was on this day. This was 2022.
I'm a musician, and in 2005, I was the hottest artist in town, singing about parties and girls and money. And so, like any other 23-year-old who is successful, I went out and bought a big fancy car, a Cadillac Escalade with spinning wheels and a personalized number plate, Ghetto. One day, I was at a nightclub in Kampala when a security operative pulled me out of my brand new car, slapped me in the face, and put a gun on my head. And he asked me, "Yo, why are you showing off? Don't you know that this country has owners?" I drove away humiliated, and this horrible feeling was all over me, a feeling of you deserved it. Because he was right. I thought I was safe as a celebrity, partying with the rich and powerful military generals, whining and dining with them. But I did not know that it didn't change the reality that I was just a boy from the ghetto, and that I would not be free from their oppressive rule until everyone in Uganda was free. That incident reminded me of the humiliation that many Ugandans faced every day. I couldn't forgive myself for having allowed my temporary and deceptive comfort and elevation from society to blind me from the plight of my fellow disadvantaged people. And I decided on that day that moving forward, I would be a voice of social justice. For 36 years, Uganda has been under the rule of General Yoweri Museveni. More than 85% of Ugandans have never seen another president in their lifetime. Not because the law allows it, no, but because he has always changed the constitution with the help of a compromised parliament, and he has always rigged elections with the help of a personalized military. But regardless of all this, the Western world continued to tolerate and enable General Museveni because he is considered a useful dictator, good for regional security and national stability, even if he bends a few rules. But that's not true. General Museveni rules Uganda with an iron hand. He deploys the military against the citizens and students. Those who oppose him are either put in prison, tortured, or killed. His administration ranks one of the most corrupt in the world. His family members and henchmen have plundered our nation at the expense of healthcare, education, and other social services. So, sitting there in my fancy car, beaten and humiliated, I knew I could not stay silent anymore. So, for the next 10 years, I dedicated my music to the plight of the common Ugandans and the fight for human rights. In 2016, General Museveni rigged the election and declared himself president again. And that's when I decided that if the parliament could not come to the ghetto would go to the parliament. In 2017, thank you. In 2017, I decided to run for a parliamentary seat. Our constituency campaign turned into a national campaign, and we won the seat with 80%. Then we started the People Power movement to awaken a generation of young Ugandans, talking to them about democracy and explaining to them why they must get involved. This annoyed General Museveni, and from then we were branded as enemies. In 2018, while on a campaign trail in the northern Ugandan district of Arua, General Museveni decided that it was too much for him to take. He alleged that our supporters had stoned his motorcade, and for that reason, the military was given orders to shoot and kill. I had just stepped out of my car when suddenly I heard gunshots, blah, blah, blah. My driver and friend, Yasin Kauma, was shot dead in the car seat that I had been occupying just a few minutes earlier. I took a picture of him and tweeted it, him lying in a pool of blood. I tweeted it with the caption, "Police has shot my driver dead, thinking they've shot at me." And then the Special Forces Command, a section of the military that is led by General Museveni's son, Muhoozi Kainerugaba, started hunting for me. For the next 8 hours, I hid in a random hotel room as they broke down every single door looking for me. Meanwhile, my tweet went viral, and suddenly the entire world was watching Museveni. So when they finally found me, they did not kill me, but they tortured me to near death. I was detained in a military base for several days. Not even my family knew where I was. I later learned that people protested in very many parts of the world calling for my release. And for this, I am forever grateful, because if it was not for that pressure, I'm sure I would not be alive to talk to you today. In a military court, I was charged with the offense of annoying the president, treason, and illegal possession of firearms. They displayed 2 machine guns to prove that. And of course, these were trumped-up charges. Out of shame, the firearms charges were later dropped and the guns disappeared. 2.5 years later, that case has not been heard. So, in 2019, I announced that I was running for president. Now, under General Museveni's Uganda, that means 3 things. It either means prison, or being forced into exile, or death. But we were ready for all that. And yes, that's exactly what happened. We endured the most horrifying campaign the most violent campaign, the most brutal and murderous campaign you can ever imagine. In November 2020, I was arrested for allegedly violating COVID-19 regulations, a convenient excuse for Museveni to suppress his political opponents. Our supporters protested against my illegal detention, and the military went on rampage. They shot and killed hundreds of people. But of course, General Museveni came out and said that they killed only 54 protesters. Thousands were arrested, and instead of the accountability for the massacre, General Museveni came out and praised the military for a job well done. A few days later, my bodyguard and friend, Frank Senteza, was deliberately run over and killed by a military police car. Thousands of our supporters were then abducted by security operatives in unmarked vehicles called drones in Uganda. And as I speak to you right now, many are still missing, while others are still in illegal detention, simply for supporting me and our party. Those who were lucky to return, they came back with severe torture marks and horrifying stories. Stories of eyes and fingernails plucked out, stories of men being castrated and women being raped in detention. But we never gave up, and we will never give up. It wasn't me challenging General Museveni. No, it was an entire generation. And for the first time, there were no tribal lines, there were no religious lines, there were no class lines. The entire population was speaking with one big voice. All our people were saying, people power is our power. It was the biggest public phenomenon that I had ever seen. Now, I had been a celebrity, I had done hit songs, I knew what it meant to be famous and having people chant your name wherever you go. But this was different. On election day, after casting my ballot, I went home only to find my house surrounded with hundreds of soldiers. And later I learned that the same was happening to all our party offices across the country. The internet was switched off. Mainstream media was placed under strict censorship. Any radio station that dared to report on the election was immediately shut down. Radio presenters and journalists were arrested. And so in this complete blackout, General Museveni declared himself winner of the election again. International authorities challenged the results as fraudulent, not free, and not fair. But I remained under house arrest for the next 11 days. Ladies and gentlemen,
now, yes, I just wanted to take you back in time. That was 2022 when he addressed the summit. And I just read the comment, and of course I've come across similar comments that His Excellency Bobi Wine should be careful. These guys might use this opportunity to track him down and locate him where he's going to be speaking. Today, he actually came out and wished our Muslim brothers.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Eri baganda bafemwe n'abasiramu n'abo abagala obusiramu njagala okutwala omukisa guno mwenna abali mu Uganda n'abali ebweru wa Uganda okubagaliza omwezi guno mutukuvu ogwa Ramadan omulungi ogujjudde ebyengera. Tuyigirizibwa nti mu guno omwezi esaala zaffe ziwulirizibwa era ziddibwamu. Nsaba Allah akkirize okuyayana kwammwe, okwegayirira kwammwe, okwewaayo kwammwe n'okusiba kwammwe kwonna abamwemwezi empeera emitima gyammwe gyesinga okuyayanira. Mu mwezi guno bingi nnyo ebitusomooza, bingi nnyo ebikyankalanya ng'eggwanga, naye akwate ku mitima gyaffe n'egy'abo bannaffe be tuwangala nabo. Buli omu asobole okuyisa munne mu ngeri eyo yennyini gy'ayagala okuyisibwa. Olunaku lwa leero lwennyini nange kennyini ngenda kwogerako nammwe n'eri ensi yonna ku mukolo gwa Human Rights Summit e Geneva nga nsinzira wano wennyini wendi era nja kutuusaayo ensonga zaffe. Naye mbaagaliza omwezi ogwa Ramadani omutukuvu omulungi ogujjude ebyengera mukama abawe ekyo eminyoyo gyamwe ekisinga okwagala. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Nyini nange kenyini bitusomooza bengi nnyo ebikyankalanya ng'eggwanga naye akwate ku mitima gyaffe n'egyabo bannaffe be tuwangala nabo, buli omu asobole okuyisa munne mu ngeri eyo yennyini gy'ayagala okuyisibwa. Olunaku lwaleero lwennyini nange kennyini ngenda kwogerako nammwe n'eri ensi yonna ku mukolo gwa Human Rights Summit e Geneva nga nsinzira wano wenyini wendi era nja kutuusaayo ensonga zaffe. Naye mbaagaliza omwezi ogw'Ramadani omutukuvu omulungi ogujjude ebyengera mukama abawe ekyo eminyoyo gyamwe ekisinga okwagala. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alright, yeah, njagadde okuleetera obubaka obwo His Excellency Chagulani yabuwadde ku makya era nga ayagaliza abaganda baffe abasiraamu ekisiibo ekirungi. Ali set. Naye, what I wanted to comment on is the fact that some people are having fears that the regime might use this opportunity to track where His Excellency Bobi Wine is. What I need to remind you, he has been in hiding for now over a month and is here in Uganda. The other time he posted a video in a location you all know. The second time he posted a video in a location you all know. The third time maybe the location we didn't know when he was communicating with the United Nations Secretary General who was in the country and wasn't even bothered about what was going on in the country. So he's careful. That's why he has managed to bypass their roadblocks and all their efforts they have employed towards hunting him down. He has managed to pass that. He's careful. They cannot track him down. They cannot. Imagine they storm MPs' homes like in Kayunga. They storm Harriet Chemutai's house in Kapchorwa, then in Mbare. Then they go here, they go there looking for him. Do you think if their mindset tells them to go to Kayunga or to go to Harriet Chemutai's house, thinking that, oh, now, since he is missing, since he's in hiding, he can only be in the homes, in one of the homes of his MPs. If their intelligence tells them that he can even hide in such a place, then don't expect them to have a means of tracking him down using a video feed. They cannot. That, I'm sure they can't. Yeah. But either ways, just know that whatever they want to do works in our favor. Letting him be like now he's missing and they are not settled. Having him under house arrest is also something else. Arresting him and detaining him either in a non-gazetted or gazetted detention center, it is also a risk. Killing him is the worst. Just know that their time is up. Like Museveni and his regime are in the evening of their time. Anytime, all we need to do actually is to keep on mounting pressure. And we also need to, I always ask you guys, identify your potential, identify how you can be useful to this journey, capitalize on that. You will see that it will create a difference. Each voice matters. Don't keep quiet. Whatever you can do, please do that. There is one thing I remember. Actually, it was a comment I made on one of the posts His Excellency Bobi Wine does on his social media platforms. This time it was Facebook. He posted something and then I also responded. I made a comment in the comment section. He responded and he said, actually he was thanking me, if I remember very well. I screenshotted that a comment. I have it in my archives. He was like, there is a comment he made. Whatever small we can do, we must all do. Yeah, it was something like that. And from that day, I learned something I didn't know. Maybe I knew, but I wasn't taking it as serious. Tewenyoma. Oyinza okulaba nga atalina kyasobola gattako naye munnange, there is always something that he ky'obeera osobola okugattako, yeah, there is always kweteweenyooma, even if it is tweeting, even if it is sharing a post, even if it is engaging in a discussion, n'oba tosaba meetings biri. Your presence alone matters a lot. Tukyali mu break. Yeah, we are still in a short break. Anytime soon, they are going to resume with His Excellency Bobi Wine, which we know kumanya. Anytime soon, we are going to be resuming with the summit. Eri mu break. Waliwo obwedda mwa complaining eddanga mugamba, eno break ya byalo biramba ya World Cup number. Yes, it has been a long break naye nga someone is asking me, JB walabye Museveni weyeekaza mbu Amini yali yeesiba ku bantu nga Abba Akalulu. No, actually, I saw Museveni speaking that. I saw Museveni speaking like that you shouldn't be that kind of a leader, yeesiba ku bantu and all that kind of thing. But at least by now you know the person of Museveni, who he is. Is that kind of a person who is going to do something and then comes out to completely distance himself from that. Just look at the situation surrounding the Honorable Muwonge Chivumbi. Here is a deputy president of the National Unity Platform whose house was raided late in the night. Those who raided the house, of course, security operatives, dressed in our uniform, the UPDF uniform. They shot more than 10 people, relatives and friends of Muwonge Chivumbi. But the victim, Muwonge Chivumbi, is a one rotting in jail. You've seen Museveni come out to say that we, the opposition, wanted to steal the election, that we, the opposition in 2021, that we stole over 2 million votes. Yet is an election thief, like no one elected him. So that is the gentleman. You shouldn't get surprised when he comes out to make such kind of statements. Yeah, but anyway, the other thing, His Excellency Bobi Wine was asked a few days ago about escaping from Uganda, maybe to go into exile. I want you to also listen to this. Yeah, very important. Listen to this.
I speak now with Bobi Wine. The Ugandan opposition leader has been in hiding since January 15 and the presidential election, in which the former musician was the most prominent candidate to run against six-term President Yoweri Museveni, who has claimed victory with nearly 72% of the vote. Bobi Wine rejects that result. Ugandan soldiers raided his family's home late last week, looking for him. His wife, Barbara, says she was roughed up by soldiers at their home and had to be hospitalized. Bobi Wine joins us now. Can you say where you are, Mr. Wine?
Unfortunately, I cannot say where I am because it's dangerous for me. I am being pursued by the military and police and all security agencies, although they've not mentioned my crime. My house was raided. They beat up my wife so much. They stripped her naked and everything was on camera.
In fact, I have seen those pictures. They must be very upsetting for you to take a look at.
Yeah, very, very unfortunate. All that was meant to humiliate my wife and to humiliate my family members and all the people that were home were beaten up by the military.
I have to ask you about the election. You do not accept the results. Why?
We do not accept the results because they are not anywhere near what happened. We defeated General Museveni and we have evidence to that. But even that on the side, there was widespread ballot stuffing. The internet was switched off, which is illegal, and a majority of our agents were abducted. As we speak right now, my deputy president for Northern Uganda, Dr. Lina Zedriga, was abducted on the 15th of January, and she is missing over 2 weeks. My deputy president of Western Uganda, Jolie Jacqueline Tukamshaba, was also abducted and she is still missing. Thousands of our people have been arrested and others continue to be arrested.
This question is going to sound naive. Would you be open to any kind of compromise, power sharing between your National Unity Party and President Museveni's party?
The first thing I want to be is alive. The son of General Museveni, who is a general himself, has ordered for the military to look for me and deliver me dead or alive because he does not like me. I am not an outlaw. I have not committed any crime. He has threatened to find me and kill me. He has threatened to castrate me. So we cannot have a conversation when a boot is on my neck, when I'm being chased to be killed.
Mr. Wine, what would you like other countries in the world, and maybe specifically the United States, to do?
The United States is our partner in development in many things, including security. My question is this what they signed up to partner with? My call to them has always been not to be facilitators and enablers of this injustice and criminality. The United States has always put sanctions to human rights violators. It is my hope and prayer that they will realize that there is gross human rights violation in Uganda, and maybe they will put sanctions and other laws that they can evoke. My hope and prayer is that they will evoke them.
What are your hopes for Uganda?
Freedom. Freedom to live in full dignity. Freedom to think. Freedom to disagree with the powers that be and not have to run. The freedom to be able to be a father to my children, especially my youngest daughter. The freedom to run for president and not expect death threats. The freedom to leave my wife home and to know that I will find her safe. The freedom to live in my own house.
If you could manage to escape, you could probably lead a comfortable and honorable life.
Yes, now I want you to hear His Excellency Bobi Wine's response when asked about if we could manage to escape away from Uganda. Anyway, as you can see on your screen, the summit is going to resume in 14 minutes.
To escape, you could probably lead a comfortable and honorable life, making appearances around the world in the United States and Western Europe. You ever think about that?
I do, but I don't just think about me, Scott. Like I told you, my two deputy presidents are missing. There are hundreds of innocent people that are missing. So while I fight this, I'm not looking only at my plight. I'm looking at the plight of all these other people. Yes, I want to be free. Yes, I want to continue the fight. Yes, I want to speak to the world. But at the same time, I want everybody else to get their freedom. I want everybody else to be safe. If I can, I'll get out of the country. But if they find me, I want the world to know that I stood not just for me, but for everybody else.
Speak now with Bobi Wine, the Ugandan opposition.
All right. Yeah, there we are. There we are. Ndowooza kati emitima giba kakkanye si we kiri. Kati emitima giba kakkanye, I'm very sure. I'm very sure. Buli kimu kati mutegedde bulungi ki ekigenda mu maaso. Abadde balinze break. Abagambye nti break efuuse lunch, break efuuse oba ki. Finally, bamaze ne ba-announcing within less than 12 minutes we are going to be live. Abadde abuuza nti, are you going to show us, Mr. President? Bannange, nekyo ekibuuzo n'okibuuza. That's what brought me here, to show to you each and everything. Actually, that's why I even came a bit early, so that you guys gather in large numbers, one by one, and also reminding you to share this video far and wide, to share it with your friends, to share it all over, so that you catch each and everything as it unfolds. Oyadde abuuza nti ogenda tulaga Mr. President kyekyandeese wano. kusaaga n'okusaaga singa kati ndi eyo naye nagambye nedda no I have to be here and show to the rest of the world. You know, our mainstream media platforms mukimanyi bulungi nti emikutu gyaffe egy'amawulire ge tulina wano mu Uganda bino tebabiwa nnyo makulu. Tebabiwa nnyo makulu. Wandisuubidde nti engeri address eno gyeri nti eri very important ku ggwanga lyaffe eno Uganda, mu ngeri gyewandisuubidde nti presidential candidate ali in hiding, nti kyandibadde kifuuka a center of attraction or a center of attention to the rest of the mainstream media platforms, but you won't find any casting it you live like I'm doing right now. Why? Because they are all monitored and censored. That's why we created our own platforms. I always encourage you guys to interact with these platforms, share whatever video we bring to you, any updates. Musubscribing mubeere ba member, oteekeko ne notification ya alert, obeere nga tosubwa kintu na kimu. Wano wokka osobola okufuna ekiri unfiltered, ekiri uncensored, ekiri ejjaffe gino gye twekolera, kuba tegikolera ku ladde eri eyagundi ono eyoli omusajja ondi eyajjako internet. No. Ladda ze tuliko ndala nnyo kyobalabanga even during elections mwabaliwo wano twaliko wano live kyanyiza abasajja ekintu ekyo waliwo eyankubira nga ndi live nangamba gwe okoze otyo ogenda live. Kitegeera yankubira nambuuza gwe okoze otyo ogenda live nga balala bonna twabajjeeko. So ladda ze tukolerako ndala nnyo. So wobeera nga weesanze mu kifo nga kino, making sure nti obookinga CTO. What do I mean? Subscribe, turn on the notification alert, and also inform the other friends. Mbaagala nnyo babalabira ku zi smart screens nga muteze musinzira ku TVs, ba comrades abali e Canada, abali US, comrades in United Kingdom. I'm very sure you are following. Abali Busia, ba comrades abali awo emutukula, abali side eri Kasese, comrades in Elegu, those in Western Nile, Arua, abali eggulu awo ku High Street awo, abali Embalala, abali Masaka awo mu Kikuubo, abali downtown e Kampala, abali wa Kiseka, abaana b'Ekatwe muli bakabi nnyo. Thanks for tuning in wherever you are. In a few minutes, the summit is going to be resuming. Nkulageko ko countdown. There is the countdown. Manono teka ko bereti yange bulungi nnyo. Ndabikenga Mr. President. Malugi teka ko bulungi nnyo. There is the countdown. Countdown yeyo. Girayo bulungi dakiika 8 ziizo. Dakiika 8. Mbadde nkyabebaza mu mwena abatuninga in from different parts across this land, as well as abali ebweru wa Uganda naye nga mu followinga buli kimu. I always remind you nti ensi yaffe eno Uganda gy'osanga nga buli wogenda ku buli nsi eri ku nsi eno, eri ku planet eno gyasangayo muna Uganda. Nowona agenda Cambodia, nowona agenda mu ensi gwe gy'owulira nti nno neno oyinza osangayo muna Uganda, boyo gyasangayo muna Uganda. Era temugeyanga abantu, ojagenda ogeyo omuntu akyuka kugambe aje baleko ssebo, ogambe nga wamugeyageza dda. So why? Because of the uncertainty, the unemployment, the situation, in all aspects, socio-economic and political. It related the smart brains to go serve interests of other countries, but doctors, Bali South Africa, Bali Zimbabwe, Bali Namibia, Bali Ghana, Bali Kenya, Bali UK, Bali US, Bali Canada. Sigamba nti nensi yabwe tebajagala, not because they do not love their country. No. Simply because the situation back home, they can't make it. They can't make their ends meet while back here in Uganda. naye ng'ate those are the brains, those are the smart brains that are going to revamp this our country Uganda. All they need is a platform. Yeah, a leadership that provides a platform. 85% of this our country is below the age of 35. Not because abantu abo the 35% mu ggwanga lyaffe lino Uganda nti bebasinga okutegeera era mbu nno bakwata mu buyinza nti nno buli kimu kigenda kubeera amalidaadi. No, we also need guidance also from our elders kyolanga we don't dispute them. N'otunula obutunuzi ku the entire leadership structure of the national inter platform ogenda sangako abantu abakulu Mama Lina Zedwiga tomuyita mwana muto mwe ba myaka 23. No, she's a lady of age. Yes, n'abalala John Baptist Nambeshe mubalaba n'abo bootalaba, and those that you don't see at the forefront of this journey. So manya nti no you can't erase away the other fact that 85% are below the age of 35. But when you look at the core decision makers of this land, they range, somewhere 80s, 90s, anyway, 70, 80, 90. Look at a person like Moses Ali. Kati Moses Ali oyinza omubulira AI. Can you sit down and discuss artificial intelligence with Moses Ali? Let us be realistic. But this is the generation. You get the point? This is the generation. No mubuza, okay, how can we integrate AI in the field of health or transportation or agriculture? How can we integrate in artificial intelligence to make work easier and all that kind of thing? Agenda kutandika akolebwa ati nga omusajja omulaba yeetaaga buyambi. Ngolabye ddala nga yeetaaga buyambi kubeera nga atudde wali bajjajjaabe batabani be n'abazzukulu bamulabirire. As we speak now, area MP. So the core decision makers of this land, 70s, 80s, 90s. And mind you, there is this other mistake you guys always make of comparing the time Museveni came to power or captured the power to His Excellency Bobi Wine. Never compare those two. You are doing yourself a disservice. You are doing this country a disservice. Never compare those two. Especially you are replying to these propagandists and the Museveni apologists who come out and say Musimayi Bobi Wine akyali muto butajja kusobola. Then gwe no later argument eri Museveni yenga yajjali muto. Never respond like that, because the reason as to why we are where we are is because of Museveni and his group. They captured power without any knowledge of how to revamp this country, how to take it to where it is supposed to be. So, bajjanga bali green nga tebalina kye bamanyi. Ensonga lwaki tuli we tuli nga unemployment is over 85%, corruption, sajja avaayo nawolereza bali b'enguzi. So never compare those two. Bajjanga, they are completely ideologically bankrupt. Should I state it like that? Naye kati here comes a gentleman, ali traveled, ali land, ali well connected, ali man is all things. Omanyi nga onaabeeranga ogula, kankozese example ya computers kwa mwena basinga muzina nosangayo computer nga is all in one. Is a desktop, is a laptop, is a smartphone, is is a tablet, it is detachable, is all in one. Is all in one. Your president wa Chagulani Sentam Robert, well connected, well traveled, educated, buli chimu vaku this kind of regime je tuyinanga Minister of Education ate munange teyasoma. How would you expect the education sector to thrive under a leadership of someone you get what I mean? So that is the situation we are in. Chikuga to never compare these two. Katugo solo comparinga Chalam 7 in the first lady waffe Barbie Chagulani. So comparinga. She has been in activism, taking care of girls way back before even thinking of becoming a first lady with Caring Hearts Uganda. with caring. Gwegenda bugenzi ku Mr. Google tekemu caring hearts Uganda. No, even right now, just go to Mr. Google and type in caring hearts Uganda. Take Ambutes, caring hearts Uganda. Then you'll come back and thank me. Yeah, in less than a minute, the summit is going to resume. Nenga mwebali kugumiikirizaako kuva break we yabadde mbatwalirizaako ndowooza akabanga si bwe kiri mbatwalirizaako kuva ku break ndowooza ebadde ya ssaawa ng'emu kitundu ssaawa ng'emu kitundu ssaawa ng'emu kitundu era nga there we go. Just continue pushing this message. Ani awuza wano Museveni jjo wano ononyewo ki kukankuteekeyo eri gy'osaana sijja na kukigamba abantu kye ngenda kukola. Ya fe wano twagala cream de la cream abantu abategeera ensonga lwaki eggwanga lyaffe liri bwe liri. Gwe obanga okya protecting agains endo protecting again wano oba tolina kye weetaagisaawo obudde bujja kuyitako protecting agains ng'obudde obumalira wano you know. Genda protecting agains. Yeah, go and protect gains. Well,
frankly, I think it's time for us to also learn to work together, to cooperate across borders. And the Geneva Summit for Human Rights offers an amazingly important platform to look into each other's eyes and to find ways to consign these dictatorships into the dustbin of history.
Right, finally, katitegeeza munnategeeze ne munne, we are back. The summit has resumed. The struggle for democracy in Belarus. Yeah, that's the next.
Dear friends, a few months ago, my children hugged their father again. For years, they had only memories. There was no communication, letters didn't arrive, and we didn't know if he was alive. And then, after 5 years as a hostage of the Belarusian regime, he walked free. My name is Svetlana Tikhanovskaya, and I am not a politician by a choice. I am a wife, I am a mother, and I am Belarusian who just wanted to live normally. 6 years ago, my husband Sergei Tikhanovsky was a blogger. He traveled across Belarus with his camera asking ordinary people simple question: how do you live? People told him about empty factories, about salaries that cannot feed a family, about fear, about the problems of normal life. For that, he was arrested. I remember the moment when I learned he wouldn't come home. I remember holding my phone, reading the message over and over again. Arrested, again, then charged, then sentenced to 19.5 years in prison. 19.5 years. My children were very small. They asked me, "Mama, when will Papa come back?" What do you answer? Do you tell them the truth? That in Belarus, telling the truth is a crime? Or do you protect their childhood for one more day? I decided that if my husband was imprisoned for speaking, then I would speak louder. I registered as the presidential candidate in his place, not because I was brave, but because I was angry, because I was heartbroken, because I couldn't explain to my children why we did nothing. I traveled across Belarus and I saw hope in people's eyes. I saw grandmothers standing in long lines under the sun just to sign our petition. I saw workers, teachers, students whispering, "We are with you." Tens of thousands came to our rallies. It became a popular movement for change. We are reborn, Red One banner. And then came the election of 2020. Belarusians voted for change. They voted for me, and we won. We all know it, and the regime knows it. That night, the internet was shut down. Peaceful protesters were beaten. Women were dragged by their hair. Teenagers were tortured in prison cells. I remember one woman who told me how she stood in the detention center corridor and heard men screaming while police laughed. She said the sound will never leave her. And this is not politics. This is cruelty. And soon after I was forced into exile, I had 15 minutes to decide prison or live in my country to continue the fight from abroad. I left. You know, the hardest moment of my life was not crossing the border. It was knowing that my children would grow up away from their home and without their father. Knowing that our family would be scattered because one man refuses to give up power. And it wasn't just about our family. Today, there are more than 1,200 political prisoners in Belarus. Teachers, journalists, students, pensioners. People like Mykolai Statkevich, who refused to be forcibly deported and is now held incommunicado. Like journalist Katerina Andreeva, who was arrested while reporting from the 2020 protests. Like Belarusian Polish activist and journalist Andrzej Poczobut, who was awarded the Sakharov Prize for Freedom of Thought by the European Parliament last year. Imagine living with one of your relatives in prison. Every morning you wake up and check the news, hoping not to see your loved one name in the list of the dead. And this is the daily life of Belarusian families. And while Belarus suffers under dictatorship, our land is also being used as a launchpad for Russia's war aggression against Ukraine. I want to say clearly, Belarusians stand with Ukraine. Our people sabotaged railways to stop Russian tanks. Our volunteers fight alongside Ukrainians because we know that we are in this fight together. While political prisoners in Belarus are tortured with freezing temperatures, ordinary Ukrainians are suffering because Russia is weaponizing the winter cold. The fate of Belarus and Ukraine is intertwined. If Belarus becomes free, Ukraine will be safer. If Ukraine wins, Belarus will have a chance. This is why our struggle matters not only to us. But I'm here not only to tell you a sad story. I'm here to ask you to act. When you leave this room, you will return to your offices, parliaments, newsrooms, and you have power, so use it. Don't normalize the regime. They have been deceiving you for the last 30 years. You cannot trust them. Do not trade principles for convenience. Do not forget the names of our hostages. Demand the unconditional release of all political prisoners. Strengthen sanctions against those who torture and imprison. Support Belarusian civil society, the independent journalists, the human rights defenders, the activists in exile and underground in Belarus. Help the families of prisoners. Help the children who grew up without their fathers and mothers. And hold the regime accountable. Impunity breeds more violence. Silence gives permission. I often think about the day I will be able to return to Minsk with my children. I imagine a Belarus where no one is imprisoned for asking, how do you live? This is not a dream too big. This is a normal European country. Belarusians have shown incredible courage. They marched peacefully. They endure tortures. They continue to resist. But courage alone is not enough. We need solidarity. We need you. And one day, when Belarus is free, we will remember those who stood with us, not only in our darkest times, but until the very end. Stand with Belarus, stand with Ukraine, stand with freedom. Thank you.
Que viva. Que viva Venezuela libre, claro que sí. Good afternoon. On January 3, U.S. military forces seized Venezuelan narco-terrorist Nicolás Maduro and flew him to New York to face federal charges. Broadcasters around the world asked, is this the beginning of the end of his authoritarian regime? And my answer is yes. I believe Venezuela will become a free and democratic country soon. But that future did not begin with Maduro's capture. It really began on July 28, 2024, when the people of Venezuela overwhelmingly voted against him. When 70% of Venezuelans said yes to María Corina Machado and Edmundo González Urrutia, yes to democracy, and yes to freedom. It began even earlier when María Corina won the primary election in 2023 with more than 93% of the votes. I was part of those campaigns. But I couldn't celebrate the victory of July 28 because that night I was locked inside the Argentine embassy in Caracas. I was a hostage. I was 8 years old when Hugo Chavez became president. I remember my family went silent that day. They knew that Chavez would use democracy to destroy democracy. But if Chavez achieved one thing, it's that he got Venezuelans' interest in politics. In 2007, in my first year at university, I watched millions of young Venezuelans mobilize against his constitutional reform and win. I was part of that. Politics became an act of self-defense against authoritarianism, and still. I met María Corina Machado shortly after Chavez died in 2013 during the opposition campaign. Maduro stole that election. A few weeks later, María Corina called me after being a volunteer, and she asked me to join her new political party, Vente Venezuela. I quit my job that day and started immediately. Over the next 10 years, I went from being the youngest and least experienced person in the room to director of international relations for María Corina Machado's presidential campaign. It felt like a full circle moment because when I met her 12 years ago, she had that role that I had in that moment. So no, I did. As an international coordinator, I traveled constantly, and every time I went to the airport, I knew they might arrest me. My colleagues used to say, in a dictatorship, everyone has a number. One day, they are gonna call your number. They called mine on December 6, 2023. María Corina had just won the primary election. I was in the middle of a press conference when my watch started vibrating. They are coming for you, run. I got into a car with my colleagues, Claudia and Henry, and we sped to a nearby embassy. The ambassador accepted us and tried to put us at ease for a couple of hours. He asked how long we expected to stay. This won't take long, I thought. It was 2 weeks. I had heard about this happening to other people, but it's very different when you are the main character in the story. The first thing you learn is that this is real. They could put you in jail if they wanted. It doesn't matter what the truth is. You will never see an arrest warrant. All that matters is what they say. And they said I was a terrorist, I was a conspirator, and a traitor. We stayed silent, and on December 20, 2023, they released us in a prisoner exchange. But that was the beginning. We were not free. They had canceled our passports and frozen our bank accounts. I had to report to a judge every 2 weeks, like so many others. But as I mentioned, that was just the beginning. Next January, the regime officially disqualified Maria Corina from running for president. There was no trial, no evidence, and no due process. It was a political ban, not a legal one. She was simply a big threat to Maduro. After that, the regime started targeting our campaign leaders one by one. What was our crime? Managing a campaign and winning an election. Maria Corina decided to keep fighting to defend the people's mandate in the primaries. Then, on March 20, 2024, I was at the office when a new press conference announced that they were issuing another arrest warrant for me and 10 of my colleagues. 2 of them, Henry and Ignora, were abducted by the political police. The rest of us had to run. I raced to the Argentine embassy. During the afternoon, more arrived. Magali, the head of the campaign, Claudia, the communications coordinator, Humberto, the election coordinator, Omar, the political coordinator, Fernando, the alliances advisor, and me. I looked around and thought, well, we have everyone we need here. This is the new campaign office in the embassy. Time was running out. Maria Corina could not be a candidate. Neither could Corina Lloris, her second attempt. Finally, Ambassador Edmundo González Urrutia stepped up to be on the ballot. We knew the opportunity that was in front of us. They never expected us to keep campaigning from inside the embassy while Maria Corina and Edmundo were traveling around the country. But we did, because it was a survival decision, the only possible one. On election day, I remember standing on the embassy balcony overlooking Caracas. It was the first time I couldn't vote in my own country. That day, one of my missions was coordinating 64 international observers to visit the country. The regime deported every single one of them. But we had nearly 1 million Venezuelan volunteers at polling stations around the country. They collected the tally sheets, scanned them, and uploaded them to the cloud. We made history. That night, the regime declared Maduro the winner. But we knew the truth. We won by a landslide. After that, everything changed. Maria Corina had to go into hiding. Edmundo González was forced into exile. The regime was ready to attack anyone connected to the campaign before, during, or after the election. People were sent to prison, forced into exile, or pushed into hiding. In simple but painful words, state terrorism. We were still stuck inside the embassy. Over the next 10 months, they did everything they could to break us and force us to surrender. They cut off the electricity and water completely. We spent 5 months without power, depending on a solar panel. 5 months without running water. We drank water from the ambassador's pool in the worst unhealthy conditions. Without refrigeration, or food rotted. We rationed everything and sometimes ate only once a day. And our neighbors were those who you never expected to have, the embassies of Russia and North Korea. I remember gathering as a group to discuss possible scenarios in that moment. Maybe the regime will allow some of us to leave, but who would stay and who would go? We decided, sometimes that I always remember very proudly, no one leaves unless everyone leaves. Then, in December, 9 months in, We realized that they had turned the neighbor house into a police surveillance post with masked men pointing assault rifles straight at us. This was no longer an embassy. It was a diplomatic prison. And I realized that dying was a real possibility. Of course, I couldn't sleep. I was terrified. We all were, knowing that at any minute, the regime could storm the embassy and take us to prison or worse. But we decided to resist, and fear became our engine. We were free in mind and spirit. In those final months, our only source of hope was the wild macaws or guacamayas, wild parrots that flying overhead in Caracas. They started coming down to visit us. They would sit on our shoulders and our arms. At first, they were a symbol of trust and freedom. And then, in May 2025, more than 400 days after we had arrived to that embassy, they felt like a signal from the universe that it was time to fly. We had already planned to escape twice with no success. But the regime made one massive error. They had cut electricity to our building, and that meant their security cameras were off too. We figured out where the blind spots were and made our escape. They discovered it 4 days later. After we were safe, we learned the regime had been building a tunnel underground to extract us, to make us disappear or kill us. But our escape proved that the regime is not perfect. They are divided. There are people inside Maduro's system fighting for democracy in secret. Without their help and without the international support, we would not have escaped. I want to especially thank the US government for their leadership in our rescue and all the courageous people that risked their lives to help us, including the Argentine government that protected us. I don't like to think about what would happen if we stayed in that embassy much longer. But international law is supposed to protect people like us. It should not be a shield for governments to attack their own people. Diplomacy and international law are not useless, but their rules have not been effective in confronting criminal authoritarian regimes. What do you tell survivors who are hiding in an embassy because they are supposed to be protected, but no one is actually protecting them? What happens when, before the eyes of the world, an embassy becomes a prison? What do you tell the political prisoners' families who are waiting for the international community to do something in the midst of despair? Why do we keep arriving too late? What is diplomacy for if it's not used to stand up to injustice? Today, I'm forced into exile like many others. So I understand something very clearly. You are never truly free until your country is free. The threats against you are permanent, but you keep fighting for those who cannot do it. And we have a mantra: no one is left behind. That's why we are working harder than ever, because Maduro is gone, but Venezuela is not liberated yet. There are still nearly 800 political prisoners in jail and 30 million Venezuelans inside and outside the country getting ready for the final day of liberation. As I was writing this speech, two of my colleagues I mentioned earlier, Henry and Dignora, were released after nearly 2 years in prison. But today I want to take a moment to recognize the brave Venezuelan people, to recognize my colleagues, and to recognize every exile and political prisoner who has been released, and those who are still in jail, as well as their families, especially those who are today, as we speak, on hunger strike in Zona 7 in Caracas, demanding freedom. Today, I call for the total, immediate, and unconditional release of all political prisoners, civilian and militaries, because there is no transition with repression. And I want to be clear on this idea. There is no transition with repression. It's not possible to talk about transition with repression. It is the brave Venezuelan people who give me hope for the future of Venezuela. I trust them. We trust each other. And that is why I will keep fighting until the very end. Hasta el final. Venezuela será libre. Muchas gracias. Thank you so much. Thank you. Viva Venezuela libre. Libertad. Muchas gracias. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today, I speak as someone whose life has been shaped by discrimination, neglection, and exclusion. Coming from Rojava, Western Kurdistan, what some people call northeastern Syria, the Kurds' right to live in dignity under self-governance or independence doesn't come only from the sacrifices we made fighting global jihad or ISIS, the Islamic State. We deserve dignity because we are rooted in our homeland in the Middle East. Dignity is not something earned through war. It's something every people inherently deserves. We built self-defense not for power, we built it for survival and paid one of the highest prices. I started covering front lines of the war against ISIS in 2014 when I was working for a Kurdish TV station. I was just 21 years old when I documented mass graves committed by ISIS, bombing attacks prepared and sent to our cities by the current jihadi regime in Syria, which was back then called Al-Nusra Front. I have documented stories of slavery, abductions, and sale of women and young girls as sex slaves, and the unforgettable genocide against the Yazidi Kurds in Sinjar Mountain, named in Kurdish as Chiaye Shingali. I saw thousands of displaced families fleeing with nothing but their children in their arms, some mothers holding the dead bodies of their babies to their chests. In that moment, I remember tears pouring from my eyes, just as sweat poured from my skin on that hot summer day in August 2014. I saw what jihadis do when they believe is no one watching, but I was watching. Then after 4 months of that, ISIS took me hostage and threw me into an underground prison. For 280 days, in 7 different prisons, and 100 days of solitary confinement, I lived inside the system I had been reporting on. I saw how they operate from the inside, how they weaponize religion, erase identity, reward obedience, and punish difference. I saw how cruelty is normalized and how fear is organized. I cannot even begin to count the number of times our captors would blindfold us, line us up, and act like they were going to kill us, and then not. One of the times, a jihadi from Libya held a pistol right next to my head and pulled the trigger. The shot was so loud that for a moment I thought it was really the end. But seconds later, they were laughing. That was their sense of humor. Mocking us by playing their favorite execution scene. It was a psychological torture. It was a game to them. I survived those 9 months in captivity and got liberated thanks to the brave Kurdish female and male fighters of the defense units, the same who fought ISIS and liberate the region from the jihadi ghost. But many with me didn't survive. When I was finally released, I promised myself that I would dedicate my life to defending minority groups, because I had seen what happens when the world decides some lives are negotiable, and how West's normalization of extremism today with the jihadi failed de facto government in Syria is creating devastating consequences for us. In December 2024, when the dictator Assad left power, the Western world was so relieved, they said, finally, the brutal dictator is gone. Now, al-Jolani will bring stability to the region. What a naive fantasy. For decades, we have been brutally attacked on two fronts. On one side, by the government, Assad, and the other side, by the religious extremists, jihadis like Al-Qaeda, ISIS, Al-Nusra, and so on, from different jihadi factions supported by Turkey and Qatar. So where does Jolani come from? This new leader who will bring stability to the region? He falls into the second category. He's a Salafi extremist. He comes from Al-Qaeda, then he built the Islamic Caliphate in Syria with a direct mandate from al-Baghdadi, who had already back then established it in Iraq. And after he moved to Syria, he built Al-Nusra Front, then Jabhat Fatah al-Sham, then Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, known as HTS. All these mentioned factions are a jihadi Salafi terror groups. I have spent years of my youth tracking these factions and know their past very well. Jolani is not a mystery to us, or to the West, or to the UN. The US State Department had a $10 million bounty on his head. And by the way, they still didn't delete the social media posts regarding that bounty. But Jolani's extremism did not disappear with his new suit and colorful tie. All that changed is his uniform, and maybe his beard style is a bit shorter, maybe 2 centimeters shorter than before. He wants to hear. I saw and I still see to this day how he deceives journalists and diplomats with his sugar-coated speeches and statements, while on the ground we witness something else, completely the opposite. Committing horrific massacres in less than 1 year. 3 horrific massacres targeting Christians, Kurds, killing more than 8,000 people and arresting other thousands of them. He's issuing performative presidential decrees, beautiful on paper, but meaningless in real life. Ink on paper that doesn't protect a single minority life. This is not a reform. This is a wolf in sheep's clothing. In the last months, I have watched with huge frustration as Western leaders who speak eloquently about democracy and human rights shake hands with these extremists. A former German Minister of Defense, now holding a senior position at the European Union, recently met with Jolani. This was right after that Jolani started a military campaign against the Kurds. She promised him 620 million euros without any clear public enforceable conditions at all. When I watched the news, I felt like she was rewarding him for all the massacres he commits. These officials who legitimize jihadi-linked leaders in the name of stability are not choosing justice and peace. They are choosing an illusion of short-term convenience. You cannot fight extremism by empowering its architects, and you cannot promote democracy while ignoring minority rights. Minorities are not a side issue. They are an early warning system of every failing state. I have seen this in my own life. 14 years ago, as a high school student, an administrator threatened to expel me simply because of speaking Kurdish to a friend. Not shouting, not protesting, just speaking my own language. As I said, this kind of discrimination is an early warning system. It was only 1 year later that 5,000 Kurds were massacred. We didn't feel safe under the rule of dictator Assad, but today we are suffering a worse de facto regime. And the West believes that we should integrate with these militant extremists. They push us to sign fragile agreements to avoid danger, fragile agreements with jihadis who practice taqiyya, concealing their beliefs to avoid danger till they gain more power and find the right moment to attack the non-believers. The non-believers like you all sitting here in this room. Sorry to say, but this is how they see us. This is how jihadis look to the outside world. It makes no sense to integrate with a jihadi failed state known as Syria. The Kurdish people are liberal, democratic, and openly anti-jihadist. We want to live free from religious coercion, free from violence, free from fear. And that's what we deserve, not just because we fought against ISIS and liberated huge territories from terror, but because we have the right like anyone else. We carry the voices of all minorities who refuse extremism. Until Druze, Jews, Alawites, Christians, Yazidis, Assyrians, and other minorities can live in safety, dignity, and equality, the entire region will remain unstable. We do not ask for pity. We ask for courage and consistency. Even in the United States, where politicians hardly agree on anything, they can agree on this. Recently, the Republican Senator Lindsey Graham and Democrat Richard Blumenthal introduced Save the Kurds Act to affirm that the Kurdish people must be protected. Not as a favor, not as a repayment, but because the safety of the Kurdish people is essential in the region. When people are targeted for who they are, societies begin to fracture. When people are protected in their differences, then peace has room to grow. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Kai Maresca, and I'm a student at École Musée in Geneva. The empty chair on this stage is dedicated to Mikhail Krieger, a Russian opposition activist and political prisoner who has been jailed for defending human rights in Russia and for protesting the regime's war on Ukraine. For decades, Krieger has advocated democratic freedoms and the release of political prisoners. He co-founded the Union of Solidarity with political prisoners and is active in various other Russian human rights groups. Krieger has repeatedly faced persecution and detention for his activism and participation in peaceful protests. Despite the risks, he continued to speak out against injustice and repression. In February 2022, after Vladimir Putin launched Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, Krieger publicly denounced the war. On November 3rd, 2022, Krieger was seized in Moscow by mass security officers, thrown to the ground and detained. His home was searched and he was placed in pretrial detention for 2 months. His crime was posting online against Putin's regime to protest Russia's war on Ukraine. The state indicted him under false charges of inciting hatred and justifying terrorism. On May 17, 2023, a military court sentenced Krieger to 7 years in a penal colony. Even behind bars, Krieger has continued to resist Putin's regime through acts of quiet resistance. In September 2025, he began a hunger strike in protest of his conditions, garnering international attention and celebrity support against his unjust imprisonment. Most recently, in November 2025, Mikhail was transferred to an even more brutal special penal colony for 6 months. He was punished for simply greeting someone through a fence while on a walk. Today, we say to Mikhail Krieger, while you are confined to a prison cell, we gather here at the Geneva Summit to honor your courageous fight against tyranny and to demand your freedom. We gather to say that you are not alone. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Grace Jin Drexel, and on October 10th, my father, Pastor Ezra Jin, was arrested by the Chinese authorities along with 27 other pastors and church leaders of Zion Church. 18 total remain in prison today. This crackdown represents one of the largest takedown of an independent Christian congregation in China since the Cultural Revolution. A sweep so brazen it has drawn international condemnation. I urge the Chinese government to release all of Zion Church members immediately and unconditionally. To understand why my father is in prison, you must understand that leadership in China in recent years has embarked in a systematic campaign to achieve total state control of religious life over China through what the government calls Sinozization of religion, officially framed as making religion more Chinese. Let me be clear, Sinozization is not about making religion more Chinese. It is repression, plain and simple. Christians in China have been Chinese for generations. We already have Chinese Bibles, sing indigenous hymns, and are led by Chinese pastors. But beginning in 2018, a wave of persecution and crackdown on all religions began on the auspices of Sinozization. It included removing of crosses and replacing them with portraits of Xi Jinping, switching out hymns and with revolutionary party songs, rewriting sermons to align with socialist core values, and shutting down or even leveling churches. This crackdown has targeted Muslims, especially the Uyghur communities in Western China, Buddhists, and other religious groups. My father founded Zion Church in 2007 with a mission to be faithful to God's word and to serve the communities around us. They are not opposed to the Chinese authorities, but have sought to enrich the society. They merely ask to be free from the control of the Chinese Communist Party, a self-identified atheist party, and the sacred decisions of the church. Like faithful Christians everywhere, my father's church holds firm the position that thou shalt have no other gods before me. In 2018, Zion Church became a target specifically because church leadership refused to install 23 facial recognition cameras inside the sanctuary to track and monitor believers. In response, the police brutally seized the church buildings and imposed an exit ban on my father, forbidding him from leaving the country. Yet even repression cannot extinguish faith. My father and his congregation did not give up in the face of these actions. They developed a hybrid online-offline model, and beyond anyone's wildest imagination, when COVID hit in 2020 and all gatherings were forced to a halt, Zion Church's online model allowed our church gatherings to expand nationwide, launching 100 church meeting places across 40 cities in China. The church grew to the largest size it's ever been, reaching 10,000 people daily. Perhaps that's what embarrassed the CCP. Now, a new and more severe wave of persecution is underway for my father's church and other churches in China. My father is now in prison because he held firmly to his faith and because he truly loved and cared for the people and served the community out of love and not control. My father's church served the vulnerable, gave to the poor, and ministered to the broken families. My father is not a very confrontational person. He is firm in his convictions, but is also the gentlest of souls. Unlike the stereotypical image of an Asian father, my father doted on me and my brothers liberally. He would always give me a big hug and greet me dramatically, "Oh, my beautiful daughter." We would often take evening walks as a family, arms linked, and watch Korean singing competition that often moved all of us to tears. I have rarely seen him angry or critical of anyone, which often benefited me growing up. He was always patient, always kind, and always giving people grace. And he had an incredible sense of humor and optimism, even in prison. However, now my father and the 17 detained leaders of Zion Church are made to sleep without beds on the cold floor. They are subject to endless interrogation and sleep deprivation as punishment. They do not have access to the doctor's prescribed medication. Many of them, including my father, have severe health concerns and are growing worse under prison conditions. I have not seen my beloved father in person in 7 years. He was not there to walk me down the aisle in my wedding, and we have never danced a father-daughter dance. I now stand before you in the most vulnerable state, 5 months pregnant and traveling across the world to plead for my father's release. I do not know, and I do so knowing the grim reality that many prisoners of the Chinese government never see their families again. Since I began advocating for my father and the release of other detained church leaders, my family has also experienced transnational repression. That is, we have been harassed and targeted by the Chinese government abroad to sow fear. We have received threatening phone calls and have been watched and followed in Washington, D.C. I am sometimes fearful. After all, I seek to expose the second most powerful nation in the world. Yet, I believe that we are asked to take courage and to speak truth, and that the God who made heaven and earth will be by our side. Similarly, I urge all of us here today to take courage, to use your voice and your influence in whatever sphere, to speak the names of those detained. My father, Pastor Ezra Jin, Pastor Gao Yinjia, Pastor Yin Huibin, Pastor Wang Lin, and all the others who are detained. Pastor Gao Chenfu of Light of Zion Church, Pastor Wang Yi of Early Rain Covenant Church, etc. Call for the Chinese government to release all of Zion Church's leaders immediately and unconditionally. Do not accept China's trampling of human rights and universal freedom with silence. If left unchecked, Beijing's wave of repression will reverberate around the world for freedom of religion and human rights as a whole. As a Christian, I draw strength in knowing that my God is a good God, and that even in these bleakest moments, God will be able to use for good. As my father wrote in prison, God has indeed used his power to uphold us. I believe that God is also testing us during this time, like refining silver, painful but full of love. God will not abandon us. Our work and our prayers are not in vain. I am grateful for everyone here today, grateful to the Geneva Summit, and for all those who worked so hard to make this event happen. Thank you to all the leaders of my country and the leaders around the world who stand with us. And most of all, thank you to all the countless brave individuals who confronted oppression in China and around the world, serving as an example for us all. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the next speech, interpretation is available in English and French. Headphones can be found on the tables or next to the chairs. Please select your preferred language. Channel 1 for English, Channel 2 for French. Thank you.
My name is Junior, just Junior. I was born in Cuba in 1982. The generation before mine had names inspired by the Soviet culture. Cosmonauts were all the rage. Yuri, Alexei, even Laika. When our parents got tired of that, they started giving us the names they heard in American movies. I was lucky. They named me Junior. But I had friends named Danger or Usnavi, like the United States Navy. I did theater in Cuba for over 20 years. At first, they were harmless comedies. But when you try to seriously represent the reality of a country like Cuba, it's impossible to avoid the plays becoming absurdist or political theater. And I ended up doing political theater. I think my parents should have named me Danger. My teachers lived in panic with each of my works, but they taught me a trick. As long as my characters spoke and not me, I had an alibi. As long as it all sounded like a metaphor or allegory, I was more or less safe. That's how I survived for a while. In a work called Blood, they mentioned political prisoners. In another called Semen, I criticized indoctrination in schools. In Passport, I was talking about the exodus of young people fleeing the country. Playwrights of my generation discovered that the officials in charge of censorship were only trained to detect metaphors. But when plays directly attacked the regime, they were somewhat lost. They wondered, what did they mean? Then came my most political work of all, Jacuzzi, where it wasn't a character who declared himself against a revolution. It was myself. The character wasn't called Jose or Pedro. He was called Junior. I crossed the red line, and I crossed it for good. Until then, I was just an inconvenient writer. Watched, yes, with state security breathing down my neck, yes, but until then, it was something they thought they could control. Because theater is something that happens in small and closed spaces. On November 27, 2020, artists took to the streets. We stood in front of the Ministry of Culture in La Habana. It was something that had never happened before in Cuba. We demanded the release of other detained young artists, the young people from the San Isidro movement. We demanded end to censorship, an end to repression, and the start of a peaceful dialogue to find a democratic and sovereign solution to an unpopular and exhausted regime. That day was beautiful, beautifully naive. We truly believed that we could change the country where we were born with songs and poems. The regime treated us as if we were worse than a pandemic. I was accused of being a CIA agent. The Cuban regime is not usually very original. 6 months later, on July 11, 2021, hundreds of thousands of Cubans took the streets to protest. They sang "Homeland and Life" rather than "Homeland or Death," the official slogan. The country's president, Miguel Díaz-Canel, gave an order to fight against his own people. They beat us up. A young man died. He was shot in the back by armed police. My friends and I were thrown into a garbage truck and taken to jail. The cameras of the FN News Agency recorded that moment. That's why we were released the next day, but hundreds of young people remained imprisoned. Some received sentences of up to 20 years in prison. Upon my release from prison, I created a platform on Facebook, Archipelago. We wanted to show that Cuba is more than just an island, that it is plural, diverse, and that we all have the right to dream about our future. We asked for permission to march peacefully with white flowers. But they never allowed it. My house was surrounded. They cut off my phone and internet. They beheaded pigeons in front of my door. They blocked the windows with flags. They threatened my wife and my mother-in-law. And they assured me a 27-year prison sentence. I had to leave the country. I came to Spain with my wife. I was not the Messiah that many expected. I was more like Jonah, and I was swallowed by a big fish called exile. The Cuban regime tries to make us believe that when we leave, we disappear. My son stayed in Cuba, my only son. I haven't been able to see him since I left. He used to be 1.5 meters tall. Now he's over 6 feet tall and already has the shadow of a mustache. My father died a year ago inside Cuba. I couldn't say goodbye either. And I'm not the only one this has happened to. I didn't come here to play the victim. I've been lucky. I'm alive and I am free. That's why I prefer to talk about those who remain inside Cuba, trapped in the belly of a much darker and more bitter fish. A few days ago, 2 young men from Holguín, the city where I was born, were arrested. They are also accused of working for the CIA. Is there anyone from the CIA in this room? When all of us in Cuba who have been accused of working for the CIA receive our pay, Cuba's GDP will be larger than Switzerland's. These young men are named Ernesto and Camille. The crime was having a YouTube channel called El Cuartico. They spoke of freedom and democracy, 2 words considered subversive in Cuba. They also had more followers than the country's president, although that's not a merit. Anyone has more followers than Miguel Díaz-Canel, who came to the presidency with a single vote, the only one that matters in Cuba, that of Raúl Castro. The regime prefers to speak of 2 other words, sovereignty and anti-imperialism. They repeat them a lot. Interestingly, those words did not appear in 1968, when Soviet tanks crushed the Prague Spring. They also did not appear when Russia invaded Ukraine in 2022. Cuba is the Olympic champion in moral gymnastics. Sometimes invading is wrong. Other times it is a special military operation. Today, there's a lot of talk about Cuba. The president of Mexico says she fears a humanitarian crisis. Now? Were the last 5 years normal? In Cuba, 3 times as many people die each year as in the Dominican Republic, a country of similar size. More than 1.5 million people have had to flee the island since 2021. The regime says they're not fleeing because of political problems, but there is nothing more political than hunger. Cuba is not on the verge of a humanitarian crisis. Cuba is experiencing a chronic humanitarian crisis. We're often told, I hope you can get through this on your own. But we are hostages, and the hostages don't free themselves. That only happens in the movies. I'm not here to ask for invasions. I never had held a weapon. My son is inside Cuba, and I fear for him. But the international community must understand that inaction also kills. Looking the other way is taking sides. It's time to support the people in Cuba, not the government. And the people are crying out for change. When I talk to my friends in Cuba, many tell me, we're afraid, yes, afraid that everything will stay the same. And I think the worst thing that could happen to us is that nothing happens. Because if that dictatorship remains in power for 3, 4, 5 more years, perhaps there will be nothing left to save. And when someone asks in another forum like this one, who did something, silence will also count as an answer. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. It's a great honor for me to be here. I'm a journalist from Russia. For more than 20 years, I worked for state Russian television. But when Vladimir Putin announced his so-called special military operation, I was working on the main evening news broadcast. To be honest, at that moment, I was a part of huge Kremlin propaganda machine that spreads lies and hides the truth from people inside Russia. But the war against Ukraine was a point of no return for me. I couldn't not remain silent any longer. So on March 14, 2022, I went on a live broadcast and shouted, "No to war, stop the war." In my hands, I held a poster that read, "No war, stop the war. Don't believe propaganda. They are lying to you here, Russians, against the war." That image, thank you so much. That image traveled around the world within minutes. My protest lasted only 6 seconds, but these 6 seconds were the truth of the endless stream of Kremlin lies. They arrested me immediately. My lawyer told me, according new Russian law, so-called fake news about Russian army, I could face up to 15 years in prison, but I was ready to go to prison for the right to speak the truth and oppose the war. The Russian authorities didn't know how to handle my case, so they tried to ignore it, hoping I would get scared, stay silent, and just quietly leave the country. But I didn't stay silent. I continued to speak out against the war and publish anti-war posts. After the Russian missile strike killed children in the Ukrainian city of Vinnytsia, I protested again, this time near the Kremlin. I put 2 baby dolls at my feet and held the sign that read, Putin is the killer. His soldiers are fascist. How many more children must die before you stop? At 6 o'clock in the morning, around a dozen police officers broke into my home and took me to a detention center. I spent night in a cell. The next day, a judge placed me under house arrest where I have to wait my verdict. That was the moment when I perfectly realized if I don't want to spend all my life in Russian prison, I have to escape. So, 9 days before the trial, I cut off my electronic bracelet and crossed the border illegally with my daughter under cover of night. Our escape was extremely dangerous. We changed cars 7 times. We spent night moving through the forest and plowed fields, getting stuck in the mud and hiding from border patrol vehicles. The stress was unbearable, but we escaped. And today we are living in France as a refugee. Since then, Russian authorities designated me as a foreign agent and an enemy of state. They sentenced me in absentia to 8.5 years in prison. My former husband, who supports so-called special military operation, used court to revoke my parental rights. And yet, I consider myself lucky. I managed to escape from Russia. Thousands of others did not. According to human rights organizations, there are around 2,000 political prisoners in Russia now, more than in the later Soviet period. Today, I stand before you not speak about myself. I stand here to speak about them. Look at this photo. This is Maria Ponomarenko, a journalist and mother of 2. She was sentenced to 6 years in prison for just one anti-war post. In prison, she was beaten by guards. She was psychologically abused. She was forcibly given antipsychotic drugs. She was put in solitary confinement at least 13 times. The conditions were terrible. There were rats running around. And even after all of this, Russian state keeps bringing new charges against her. This is 15 years old political prisoner, Arseny Turbin, the youngest political prisoner in Russia. He was arrested for handing out leaflets. Leaflets that ask one simple question: do you really need president look like this? He was interrogated alone, without his parents, without a lawyer. Investigators added the transcript and added confession he never made. Then they sentenced him to 5 years in prison for participating in a terrorist organization. 5 years, he was only 15. And municipal deputy Alexei Gorinov, he was the first person in Russia to be sentenced for speaking out against the war. In March 2022, he suggested holding a minute of silence for children killed in Ukraine. In any normal democratic country, that would be seen as simple human gesture. But in Russia, this small act of compassion was enough to send him to 7 years in prison. In prison, they secretly recorded him, and for anti-war remarks he made in private conversation, they extended his sentence for 3 more years. This is pediatrician Nadezhda Buyanova. Her case shows how far this repressive system is willing to go. She was arrested after the mother of a 7-year-old patient reported her. Allegedly, she made anti-war comments during a routine medical appointment. For that unproven remark, the state sentenced her to 5.5 years in prison. 5.5 years for something that had never made happen. Engineer Igor Baryshnikov was sentenced to 7.5 years for just 2 social media posts. Can you imagine 2 Facebook posts? Now he's in critical condition, quite literally hanging between life and death. His lawyer said, if Igor Baryshnikov is not included in an exchange this year, we may lose him. I could list the names of political prisoners endlessly. The 30 director Evgenia Berkovich, playwright Svetlana Petrychuk, Navalny's lawyers Vadim Kobzev, Alexei Lipser and Igor Sergunin, politician Lev Schlossberg, historian Alexander Skobov, journalist Antonina Favorskaya, mathematician Azat Miftakhov, artist Lyudmila Razumova, stand-up comedian Artemia Stanin. These are not isolated cases. They are part of systematic campaign of political repression. Many of them risk of dying in prison. They urgently need international attention. They need diplomatic pressure. They need your voice. Please help to save political prisoners in Russia. Thank you so much for your attention.
Distinguished guests, freedom fighters and human rights activists from all over the world, ladies and gentlemen. This is my second time speaking at the Geneva Summit for Human Rights and Democracy, and I'm very grateful to the organizers for making it possible for me to speak to you today. In 2022, I spoke about a country that I call home, Uganda, a nation of 50 million people living under the violent military dictatorship of General Yoweri Museveni, who has for 40 years twisted the law and used the military to stay in power. I told you of how I ran for president against him in 2021, how it was the most violent political campaign yet, and how he massacred hundreds of our people on the 18th and 19th of November 2020. How he shut down the internet on the eve of the election, imprisoned me inside my home for weeks, and then declared himself winner of the 2021 presidential election. Now, it is 2026, and here I am again, speaking to you at the Geneva Summit. Nothing has changed for the better, only going from bad to worse. Despite what happened in 2021, we were driven by hope to give it another try. So in 2025, I announced that I was running for president again. For 112 days, I traveled across the country campaigning, and the population turned up overwhelmingly. Yet again, our campaigns were violently attacked, our supporters were murdered, we were blocked from reaching many places, and were also blocked from several media stations. As usual, Museveni shut down the internet again, this time 3 days to the election. And what happened thereafter was not an election, but a military operation. The election was so rigged to the point that even at the polling station where Museveni voted for, he got much more votes than the actual registered voters in the register. Our polling agents in several places were arrested and whisked away. Several of our party officials were arrested and many abducted. 2 female deputy presidents of our political party were abducted and held incommunicado in a military barracks for 3 weeks before being thrown into a prison where they are languishing right at this moment. The military was deployed on our streets, shooting on spot whoever dared to challenge the criminality. It was under these circumstances that Museveni yet again declared himself winner of the election, this time with over 70% of the vote. Right now, I'm speaking to you while in hiding. This is because as soon as the election was finished, Museveni's son, who is also chief of the Ugandan military, issued an order to take me to him, dead or alive. The military acted on his order and raided my home. They tortured my family members, humiliated and undressed my wife, accusing her of hiding me. Meanwhile, they were recording and taking pictures of her, which the military chief later on shared on Twitter and bragged about capturing my wife. They also took over my home and surrounded it, and they are occupying my home as we speak right now. My wife and children had to flee the country for fear of their lives. I am in hiding, but I don't want to be in hiding. It was necessary though, so I can stay alive and be able to speak to you right now. I've said it before and I say it again, that I'll resurface at the right time in my country. I feel like the international community has abandoned us. They've ignored us, and they've left us to the fate of dictators. When I ran for president in 2021, Museveni and his thugs denied their crimes. They killed our people and denied it. They tortured people and denied it. They raided our houses and denied it. General Museveni has been a smart dictator because he puts on a suit, goes to the West and to the UN, speaks very nicely about democracy and human rights, but realistically, he does not mean any of those. He talks about our so-called Human Rights Commission in Uganda, but the same person closed the UN Human Rights Office in Uganda 2 years ago because they dared to question him about his atrocities. Now that is how he has been able to maintain a facade of democracy for 40 years and counting. But now Museveni is 83 years old, and his 51-year-old son, Muhoozi Kainerugaba, commands our military, the Uganda People's Defense Forces, more like Uganda's defense against his own people. And he's effectively in charge. Unlike his father, Muhoozi does not play the role of a good dictator. He openly and shamelessly says despicable things on social media. On Twitter, he openly confesses and brags about committing atrocities against the people of Uganda. When he was summoned by Parliament, he called Parliament a house of clowns and fools, and he threatened to arrest all of them. He describes judges of the Supreme Court of Uganda as clowns in wigs, and he has threatened to crush all journalists that dare to criticize his actions. In April last year, he abducted, detained, and tortured my close friend and bodyguard called Eddie Sebufu, also known as Eddie Mutwe. He later on posted on Twitter naked pictures of Eddie, boasting that Eddie Mutwe was in his basement learning Museveni's mother tongue, Bunyankole. Last month, he bragged about killing 22 of my friends, and he said that he's praying that I am the 23rd person for him to kill. In other words, Museveni and his son no longer fear international retaliation for their crimes. They've been so emboldened by your lack of action. They know that they can murder their own people, imprison them, torture them, remove their fingernails, push needles down their testicles, and nothing will happen to them. Now, they're using rape as a weapon. Boys and girls, men and women, people of all ages have reported being sexually assaulted by Muhoozi's military. And it's not rare. The majority of the people that they capture and unlawfully imprison have reported being raped, whether men or women. It is no longer possible, ladies and gentlemen, for the international community to deny Museveni's violence and atrocities. It's all over social media. And today, I am talking about it to you. Now, this is our call to action. The way I see it, if the international community continues to be complacent, then Uganda will go from bad to worse. Museveni and his son's military will massacre many more innocent Ugandans. You, ladies and gentlemen, in the Western world, will be forced to grapple with millions of Ugandan refugees pouring into your countries. And maybe then, the international community will come and commiserate with the people of Uganda, just like they did after the genocide in Rwanda, but it was too late. The second option is that the international community rises to the occasion. You stand by the values that you profess, democracy and human rights. You can rein in on General Museveni and his son through targeted sanctions as well as financial and legal pressures. Ladies and gentlemen, Ugandans are not seeking for pity. Ugandans are only seeking to see the world take action against the individuals that have violated their rights for far too long. Those that have abused democracy with impunity should be the starting point. Please sanction these individuals. Sanction General Museveni. Sanction General Muhoozi. Sanction all the police and military officers that are responsible for gross human rights violations. Sanction those commanders. Sanction the judicial officers that have aided criminality through deliberately misinterpreting the law or skewing it. Those that normalize electoral fraud. Those that remand to prison suspects that should actually be sent to hospital. Sanction these individuals because their combined efforts in the last election effectively give autocracy a blank check to rule over the people of Uganda for 5 years. We call upon the international community to treat General Museveni exactly how they treated Idi Amin, because Idi Amin did what he did to Ugandans for only 8 years. Museveni has done much worse to the people of Uganda, and it has been for 40 years and counting. Because of the inaction of the international community, Museveni's mode of dictatorship and human rights violations is being seen as acceptable in the region, and it must be stopped before it is exported to other countries in the region and in the continent. We ask the international community not to recognize Museveni's regime because it is not legitimate. Please terminate any forms of cooperation with this government because he is not legitimate. On our end, as the people of Uganda, we are committed to non-violent means of changing our country, non-violent means of putting an end to this 40-year-old dictatorship. And you can be sure that the people of Uganda will sooner or later free themselves, because oppressed people cannot stay oppressed forever. With your help, friends, with the help of the international community and development partners, we can change our country. We can liberate Uganda before it is too late. I thank you for listening to me, for God and my country. Freedom fighters and human rights activists from all over the world, ladies and gentlemen. This is my second time speaking at the Geneva Summit for Human Rights and Democracy, and I'm very grateful to the organizers for making it possible for me to speak to you today. In 2022, I spoke about a country that I call home, Uganda, a nation of 50 million people living under the violent military dictatorship of General Yoweri Museveni, who has for 40 years twisted the law and used the military to stay in power. I told you of how I ran for president against him in 2021, how it was the most violent political campaign yet, and how he massacred hundreds of our people on the 18th and 19th of November 2020. How he shut down the internet on the eve of the election, imprisoned me inside my home for weeks, and then declared himself winner of the 2021 presidential election. Now, it is 2026, and here I am again, speaking to you at the Geneva Summit. Nothing has changed for the better, only going from bad to worse. Despite what happened in 2021, we were driven by hope to give it another try. So in 2025, I announced that I was running for president again. For 112 days, I traveled across the country campaigning, and the population turned up overwhelmingly. Yet again, our campaigns were violently attacked, our supporters were murdered, we were blocked from reaching many places, and were also blocked from several media stations. As usual, Museveni shut down the internet again, this time 3 days to the election. And what happened thereafter was not an election, but a military operation. The election was so rigged to the point that even at the polling station where Museveni voted for, he got much more votes than the actual registered voters in the register. Our polling agents in several places were arrested and whisked away. Several of our party officials were arrested and many abducted. 2 female deputy presidents of our political party were abducted and held incommunicado in a military barracks for 3 weeks before being thrown into a prison where they are languishing right at this moment. The military was deployed on our streets, shooting on spot whoever dared to challenge the criminality. It was under these circumstances that Museveni yet again declared himself winner of the election, this time with over 70% of the vote. Right now, I'm speaking to you while in hiding. This is because as soon as the election was finished, Museveni's son, who is also chief of the Ugandan military, issued an order to take me to him, dead or alive. The military acted on his order and raided my home. They tortured my family members, humiliated and undressed my wife, accusing her of hiding me. Meanwhile, they were recording and taking pictures of her, which the military chief later on shared on Twitter and bragged about capturing my wife. They also took over my home and surrounded it, and they are occupying my home as we speak right now. My wife and children had to flee the country for fear of their lives. I am in hiding, but I don't want to be in hiding. It was necessary though, so I can stay alive and be able to speak to you right now. I've said it before and I say it again, that I'll resurface at the right time in my country. I feel like the international community has abandoned us. They've ignored us and they've left us to the fate of dictators. When I ran for president in 2021, Museveni and his thugs denied their crimes. They killed our people and denied it. They tortured people and denied it. They raided our houses and denied it. General Museveni has been a smart dictator because he puts on a suit, goes to the West and to the UN, speaks very nicely about democracy and human rights, but realistically, he does not mean any of those. He talks about our so-called Human Rights Commission in Uganda, but the same person closed the UN Human Rights Office in Uganda 2 years ago because they dared to question him about his atrocities. Now that is how he has been able to maintain a facade of democracy for 40 years and counting. But now Museveni is 83 years old, and his 51-year-old son, Muhoozi Kainerugaba, commands our military, the Uganda People's Defense Forces, more like Uganda's defense against his own people. And he's effectively in charge. Unlike his father, Muhoozi does not play the role of a good dictator. He openly and shamelessly says despicable things on social media. On Twitter, he openly confesses and brags about committing atrocities against the people of Uganda. When he was summoned by Parliament, he called Parliament a house of clowns and fools, and he threatened to arrest all of them. He describes judges of the Supreme Court of Uganda as clowns in wigs, and he has threatened to crush all journalists that dare to criticize his actions. In April last year, he abducted, detained, and tortured my close friend and bodyguard called Eddie Sebufu, also known as Eddie Mutwe. He later on posted on Twitter naked pictures of Eddie, boasting that Eddie Mutwe was in his basement learning Museveni's mother tongue, Bunyankole. Last month, he bragged about killing 22 of my friends, and he said that he's praying that I am the 23rd person for him to kill. In other words, Museveni and his son no longer fear international retaliation for their crimes. They've been so emboldened by your lack of action. They know that they can murder their own people, imprison them, torture them, remove their fingernails, push needles down their testicles, and nothing will happen to them. Now, they're using rape as a weapon. Boys and girls, men and women, people of all ages have reported being sexually assaulted by Muhoozi's military. And it's not rare. The majority of the people that they capture and unlawfully imprison have reported being raped, whether men or women. It is no longer possible, ladies and gentlemen, for the international community to deny Museveni's violence and atrocities. It's all over social media. And today, I am talking about it to you. Now, this is our call to action. The way I see it, if the international community continues to be complacent, then Uganda will go from bad to worse. Museveni and his son's military will massacre many more innocent Ugandans. You, ladies and gentlemen, in the Western world, will be forced to grapple with millions of Ugandan refugees pouring into your countries. And maybe then, the international community will come and commiserate with the people of Uganda, just like they did after the genocide in Rwanda, but it was too late. The second option is that the international community rises to the occasion. You stand by the values that you profess, democracy and human rights. You can rein in on General Museveni and his son through targeted sanctions as well as financial and legal pressures. Ladies and gentlemen, Ugandans are not seeking for pity. Ugandans are only seeking to see the world take action against the individuals that have violated their rights for far too long. Those that have abused democracy with impunity should be the starting point. Please sanction these individuals. Sanction General Museveni. Sanction General Muhoozi. Sanction all the police and military officers that are responsible for gross human rights violations. Sanction those commanders. Sanction the judicial officers that have aided criminality through deliberately misinterpreting the law or skewing it. Those that normalize electoral fraud. Those that remand to prison suspects that should actually be sent to hospital. Sanction these individuals because their combined efforts in the last election effectively give autocracy a blank check to rule over the people of Uganda for 5 years. We call upon the international community to treat General Museveni exactly how they treated Idi Amin, because Idi Amin did what he did to Ugandans for only 8 years. Museveni has done much worse to the people of Uganda, and it has been for 40 years and counting. Because of the inaction of the international community, Museveni's mode of dictatorship and human rights violations is being seen as acceptable in the region, and it must be stopped before it is exported to other countries in the region and in the continent. We ask the international community not to recognize Museveni's regime because it is not legitimate. Please terminate any forms of cooperation with this government because he is not legitimate. On our end, as the people of Uganda, we are committed to non-violent means of changing our country, non-violent means of putting an end to this 40-year-old dictatorship. And you can be sure that the people of Uganda will sooner or later free themselves because oppressed people cannot stay oppressed forever. How I ran for president against him in 2021, how it was the most violent political campaign yet, and how he massacred hundreds of our people on the 18th and 19th of November 2020. How he shut down the internet on the eve of the election, imprisoned me inside my home for weeks, and then declared himself winner of the 2021 presidential election. Now, it is 2026, and here I am again, speaking to you at the Geneva Summit. Nothing has changed for the better, only going from bad to worse. Despite what happened in 2021, we were driven by hope to give it another try. So in 2025, I announced that I was running for president again. For 112 days, I traveled across the country campaigning, and the population turned up overwhelmingly. Yet again, our campaigns were violently attacked, our supporters were murdered, we were blocked from reaching many places, and were also blocked from several media stations. As usual, Museveni shut down the internet again, this time 3 days to the election. And what happened thereafter was not an election, but a military operation. The election was so rigged to the point that even at the polling station where Museveni voted for, he got much more votes than the actual registered voters in the register. Our polling agents in several places were arrested and whisked away. Several of our party officials were arrested and many abducted. 2 female deputy presidents of our political party were abducted and held incommunicado in a military barracks for 3 weeks before being thrown into a prison where they are languishing right at this moment. The military was deployed on our streets, shooting on spot whoever dared to challenge the criminality. It was under these circumstances that Museveni yet again declared himself winner of the election, this time with over 70% of the vote. Right now, I'm speaking to you while in hiding. This is because as soon as the election was finished, Museveni's son, who is also chief of the Ugandan military, issued an order to take me to him, dead or alive. The military acted on his order and raided my home. They tortured my family members, humiliated and undressed my wife, accusing her of hiding me. Meanwhile, they were recording and taking pictures of her, which the military chief later on shared on Twitter and bragged about capturing my wife. They also took over my home and surrounded it, and they are occupying my home as we speak right now. My wife and children had to flee the country for fear of their lives. I am in hiding, but I don't want to be in hiding. It was necessary though, so I can stay alive and be able to speak to you right now. I've said it before and I say it again, that I'll resurface at the right time in my country. I feel like the international community has abandoned us. They've ignored us and they've left us to the fate of dictators. When I ran for president in 2021, Museveni and his thugs denied their crimes. They killed our people and denied it. They tortured people and denied it. They raided our houses and denied it. General Museveni has been a smart dictator because he puts on a suit, goes to the West and to the UN, speaks very nicely about democracy and human rights, but realistically, he does not mean any of those. He talks about our so-called Human Rights Commission in Uganda, but the same person closed the UN Human Rights Office in Uganda 2 years ago because they dared to question him about his atrocities. Now that is how he has been able to maintain a facade of democracy for 40 years and counting. But now Museveni is 83 years old, and his 51-year-old son, Muhoozi Kainerugaba, commands our military, the Uganda People's Defense Forces, more like Uganda's defense against his own people. And he's effectively in charge. Unlike his father, Muhoozi does not play the role of a good dictator. He openly and shamelessly says despicable things on social media. On Twitter, he openly confesses and brags about committing atrocities against the people of Uganda. When he was summoned by Parliament, he called Parliament a house of clowns and fools, and he threatened to to arrest all of them. He describes judges of the Supreme Court of Uganda as clowns in wigs, and he has threatened to crush all journalists that dare to criticize his actions. In April last year, he abducted, detained, and tortured my close friend and bodyguard called Eddie Sebufu, also known as Eddie Mutwe. He later on posted on Twitter naked pictures of Eddie, boasting that Eddie Mutwe was in his basement learning Museveni's mother tongue, Bunyankole. Last month, he bragged about killing 22 of my friends, and he said that he's praying that I am the 23rd person for him to kill. In other words, Museveni and his son no longer fear international retaliation for their crimes. They've been so emboldened by your lack of action. They know that they can murder their own people, imprison them, torture them, remove their fingernails, push needles down their testicles, and nothing will happen to them. Now, they're using rape as a weapon. Boys and girls, men and women, people of all ages have reported being sexually assaulted by Muhoozi's military. And it's not rare. The majority of the people that they capture and unlawfully imprison have reported being raped, whether men or women. It is no longer possible, ladies and gentlemen, for the international community to deny Museveni's violence and atrocities. It's all over social media. And today, I am talking about it to you. Now, this is our call to action. The way I see it, if the international community continues to be complacent, then Uganda will go from bad to worse. Museveni and his son's military will massacre many more innocent Ugandans. You, ladies and gentlemen, in the Western world, will be forced to grapple with millions of Ugandan refugees pouring into your countries. And maybe then, the international community will come and commiserate with the people of Uganda, just like they did after the genocide in Rwanda, but it was too late. The second option is that the international community rises to the occasion. You stand by the values that you profess, democracy and human rights. You can rein in on General Museveni and his son through targeted sanctions as well as financial and legal pressures. Ladies and gentlemen, Ugandans are not seeking for pity. Ugandans are only seeking to see the world take action against the individuals that have violated their rights for far too long. Those that have abused democracy with impunity should be the starting point. Please sanction these individuals. Sanction General Museveni. Sanction General Muhoozi. Sanction all the police and military officers that are responsible for gross human rights violations. Sanction those commanders. Sanction the judicial officers that have aided criminality through deliberately misinterpreting the law or skewing it. Those that normalize electoral fraud. Those that remand to prison suspects that should actually be sent to hospital. Sanction these individuals because their combined efforts in the last election effectively give autocracy a blank check to rule over the people of Uganda for 5 years. We call upon the international community to treat General Museveni exactly how they treated Idi Amin, because Idi Amin did what he did to Ugandans for only 8 years. Museveni has done much worse to the people of Uganda, and it has been for 40 years and counting. Because of the inaction of the international community, Museveni's mode of dictatorship and human rights violations is being seen as acceptable in the region, and it must be stopped before it is exported to other countries in the region and in the continent. We ask the international community not to recognize Museveni's regime because it is not legitimate. Please terminate any forms of cooperation with this government because he is not legitimate. On our end, as the people of Uganda, we are committed to non-violent means of changing our country, non-violent means of putting an end to this 40-year-old dictatorship. And you can be sure that the people of Uganda will sooner or later free themselves, because oppressed people cannot stay oppressed forever. With your help, friends, with the help of the international community and development partners, we can change our country. We can liberate Uganda before it is too late. I thank you for listening to me, for God and my country.
The very least that our countries can do is to not shake the blood-soaked hands of their oppressors. This week and next week, right next door, in the halls of the Palais des Nations, the architects of repression of Iran will be taking to the podium. The atrocities that Marcia and Masih Alinejad described are an indictment not only of those criminals taking to the podium, but of all the nations in the free world not holding them to account. It should be the names of the victims you heard described today echoing in the halls of the United Nations, not the voices of their oppressors. The courageous women of Iran and Afghanistan are fighting not only for their freedom, but on behalf of us all. Indeed, the mass domestic repression of these terrorist regimes, if left unchecked, metastasizes from domestic repression into external aggression, into transnational repression, as you heard about from speakers earlier today. And this has hit close to home in Canada as well, and in many free nations. If he was with us in person, my mentor, Professor Kotler, the former Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada, and one of the first speakers here at the Geneva Summit 18 years ago, he used to come and speak here every year. He cannot be with us in person here today because he is subject to a transnational repression plot by the Islamic Republic of Iran, threatened by assassination simply for speaking out for human rights. So the struggles that the brave women of Iran and Afghanistan are leading on the ground, if we do not support them, those same terrorist regimes will come to attack us here wherever we live. And we know exactly who are behind these attacks. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps were behind the targeting of Masih. They were behind the targeting of Professor Kotler. And they are the ones brutalizing the people of Iran in the streets today. They should be designated as a terrorist organization and their affiliates on our soil prosecuted. Canada, the US, the European Union have designated them as terrorist organization. The United Kingdom and other free states should be encouraged to do so as well. So don't just walk out of the Islamic Republic's speeches at the sanction them, designate them as terrorist regime. They should not be allowed, those individual architects of repression, to enjoy the freedoms abroad that they crush of Iranian citizens at home. The Supreme Leader Khamenei and his criminals visiting here in Geneva, including Abbas Araghchi, Qasem Garibabadi, Afsaneh Nadipur, should be subject to Magnitsky-style targeted sanctions for their human rights violations and blocked from ever stepping foot anywhere else. This should be their last trip to any democratic nation. It is a shame that they are in Switzerland. They should never step foot in any free society again. They cannot use our banks, our businesses, and our beaches while butchering the Iranian people, and they should be subject to targeted Magnitsky sanctions. But this discussion about Iran, about Afghanistan, is a microcosm of all the cases we heard discussed on the stage today. We are witnessing a global authoritarian culture of corruption and criminality underpinned by impunity, where the dictators of the world are meeting next door, while the international community far too often stands silent in the face of their atrocities. Each and every one of our brave summit speakers here today came with a message, giving words to the unspeakable and finding the courage to share what is happening in their homelands and in their hearts, a cri de coeur for action. And so we must call on our governments to raise all the cases you heard about today, publicly, prominently, persistently, at every opportunity, whether at the UN or beyond it. And even at the UN, our democratic nations are often given the opportunity to talk about these cases, talk about these atrocities, to raise the plight and pain of political prisoners and their families fighting for their freedom, but choose not to do so. So whether in the Human Rights Council, in resolutions, in statements, at the Universal Periodic Review, or bilaterally with the states that are often causing these harms that they meet with anyhow, they should be raising the cases of these political prisoners and demanding their immediate and unconditional release. Again, these free nations are far too silent when they have the opportunity to do so. The very least they can do is be raising the names of these dissidents and these victims to these regimes and demanding their freedom. But taking action for human rights is not only for governments to do, it is not only about laws, but about lives, and not just about how we litigate, but about how we live. Each of us here today can do our part in our own way, whether that is speaking to our elected officials, writing for our local newspapers, or posting on social media. Many of the released political prisoners who've taken to this stage after finding freedom year after year at the Geneva Summit often talk about how this solidarity from around the world, something that might be as seemingly small or ordinary as the act of sending them a letter when they were in prison, actually had an extraordinary effect. Because writing that letter, or writing about them in a paper, or posting about them on social media, simply mentioning their name on a stage, tells them when they're in prison that they're not forgotten, that they're not alone. And it also tells the perpetrators and those oppressing them that they are being watched and that their crimes are not being forgotten, that the world cares and that we will not relent until they are free. And while that day may seem too distant, and while it is otherwise easy to succumb to cynicism and despair after hearing all of the atrocities described today, and the government inaction that underpins these crimes, I conclude this conference with hope. Because when I look into the audience and I see the heroes who spoke today and all the members of civil society who have come together to support them, I see living, fighting proof that freedom prevails in every part of the world. We saw Leopoldo Lopez, who emerged from the torture of Ramo Verde prison in Venezuela to found the World Liberty Congress. Aram Akil, who survived ISIS captivity to become a leading voice for the Kurdish people. Kim Yumi, who escaped North Korea, perhaps the most repressive totalitarian state, to give voice to those still suffering there. And we heard from Blessing Malanga, who resisted persecution in Zimbabwe and prosecution for his journalism, to take the stage and speak the truth and commit to continue to fight for media freedom. So we see that across every continent, each and every person who spoke today personally embodies that hope for the future and for freedom. And because of them, I believe that with your help, a future Geneva Summit will likewise see the political prisoners highlighted today, like Pastor Ezra Jin, like those in Russia, highlighted by Marina, and all those who spoke of the prisoners in Venezuela, Vietnam, Cuba, Iran, Belarus, Hong Kong, that eventually they will be here to take the stage in freedom in Geneva Summit. And in Pakistan as well, in the imprisonment of Imran Khan, and all those being persecuted by regimes engaging in oppression around the world, that we will see them in solidarity here on stage. Because as Martin Luther King Jr. used to say, the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. And I would add that it is because of the brave, noble, and inspiring individuals who spoke earlier today, those dissidents on the front lines of the struggle for our collective shared values and the future of humanity. It is because of them that this moral arc continues to bend. So may all the painful testimonies we heard today may not only be an act of remembrance, but a remembrance that, like these brave heroes, we must always act. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we close the 18th Annual Geneva Summit, I have the pleasure of choosing 3 names from a raffle. So my colleague Louis will give it, and the winner of the raffle, those who participated, will get at the registration desk this incredible sweatshirt, which says, "Fight like a girl," and it's from the woman from Iran. So I have the privilege and to name the first lucky winner is Esther Zimudzi. Esther Zimudzi, please go to the registration desk to collect your prize. Then we have in very small writing, but Luigi
Framiakomi, if I'm reading it right, Luigi Framiakomi. Excuse me for getting the name a bit wrong. And the third name winner of the raffle of the prize is François Logiacomo. François Logiacomo. Please go to the registration desk. Congratulations on receiving a very meaningful reward. Friends, to conclude, after an emotional day like this, it is easy to feel the weight of injustice, but I believe there are real reasons for hope, and you saw them here today. You saw them here today. Now, dictators today are not so confident, they're defensive. Regimes that jail poets, that arrest teenage girls, that censor students are not strong. They're afraid. And when a government fears a song or a scarf, it reveals its fragility. Second, the information monopoly is broken. A video from Tehran, testimony from Khartoum, a message from Hong Kong, within minutes they reach the world. Now, it's true that regimes try to shut down the signal. Iran's regime, for a very long period, shut down the internet. But in the end, they cannot unplug and shut down a generation that knows how to reconnect. Third, courage is no longer isolated. And we heard it from Leopoldo and Massi. The activist in Caracas knows the dissident in Minsk. The student in Kabul draws strength from the lawyer in Moscow. What once were scattered sparks are now a widening flame. Fourth, accountability. Accountability once that was unthinkable. Today it's real. Finally, the EU designated sanctions on the IRGC. The dictator Nicolas Maduro is facing justice. It's not enough. It's not enough, but impunity is no longer automatic. Finally, tyrants can fill prisons, they can deploy police, they can block websites, but they cannot force people to believe them. They cannot make lies become truth, and they cannot stop free men and women from standing up again and again and again. So here at the Geneva Summit, truth still has a platform, and it matters. It matters. So I want to thank all of the ambassadors who joined us today and yesterday at the United Nations. We had many of them. We urge you, as Brandon said, take up their cases, take up their causes at the United Nations and elsewhere. It's very important. And finally, I want to thank our larger audience, all of you, students, citizens, activists, for being here. You know, one powerful way that you can make a difference is to expand our global audience online. Give voice to the voiceless. Go to the Geneva Summit accounts on YouTube, X.com, Instagram, and so forth, Facebook. Watch and share all of the videos from the speeches you heard today on the various pages. Follow our courageous speakers on their social media accounts. It's vital that you share their stories. Make sure that no one at the United Nations or in the international community can ever say, we didn't know. Don't let them say we didn't know. So I want to thank finally all of our dedicated interpreters, our photographers, videographers, logistique. And on behalf of our 30 co-sponsoring NGOs, I want to express our profound appreciation and gratitude to the entire incredible Geneva Summit team of staff and volunteers who worked so hard to make this happen, led by the incredible Chloe and Eileen for their superb work and dedication over many, many months. You gave your all over long days and late nights with meticulous preparations, creativity, devotion to our speakers to organize yet another magnificent and meaningful Geneva Summit. So with that, I thank all of you for supporting the 18th Annual Geneva Summit for Human Rights and Democracy. I look forward to seeing you next year at the 2027 Geneva Summit. In the words of Nobel Peace Prize laureate Elie Wiesel, quote, "We must take sides. Neutrality helps the oppressor, never the victim. Silence encourages the tormentor, never the tormented." Thank you very much. I now invite all of the speakers, everyone who spoke today, please come up on stage for a group photo. Everyone who spoke on stage, please come up for a group photo, please.
right. Mwebale mwena mwena obwedda abakyaliko okuva gye twasinzidde. Yeah, for those who joined in the first time, this live video yakatandika. Thank you. You've heard His Excellency Bobi Wine. He has pointed to a number of issues. Of course, I'm going to relay for you this entire address or speech, as well as, actually, I've already posted it on this platform. You can just check in the comment section. I've pinned that video. I've cut out His Excellency Bobi Wine's speech. I've just uploaded it on this platform. Go download it, share it with your friends, push it far and wide. But of course, I'm going to relay for you the entire address. They are having a photo session. Of course, His Excellency Bobi Wine can't be part of this because he's still in hiding. He was not here physically, like you heard from his address. And actually, yagaddewo summit eno, in brief. Yagaddewo summit eno era wamaze okwogera tewabadde muntu mulala azemu kwogera. It's painful that a presidential candidate can address such a powerful platform, including leaders from all walks of lives, and as well as global decision makers in such a situation whereby he is still in hiding, not because he committed any crime, but because the state wants him dead. So unfortunate. Okay.
Freedom fighters and human rights activists from all over the world, ladies and gentlemen. This is my second time speaking at the Geneva Summit for Human Rights and Democracy, and I'm very grateful to the organizers for making it possible for me to speak to you today. In 2022, I spoke about a country that I call home, Uganda, a nation of 50 million people living under the violent military dictatorship of General Yoweri Museveni, who has for 40 years twisted the law and used the military to stay in power. I told you of how I ran for president against him in 2021, how it was the most violent political campaign yet, and how he massacred hundreds of our people on the 18th and 19th of November 2020. How he shut down the internet on the eve of the election, imprisoned me inside my home for weeks, and then declared himself winner of the 2021 presidential election. Now, it is 2026, and here I am again, speaking to you at the Geneva Summit. Nothing has changed for the better, only going from bad to worse. Despite what happened in 2021, we were driven by hope to give it another try. So in 2025, I announced that I was running for president again. For 112 days, I traveled across the country campaigning, and the population turned up overwhelmingly. Yet again, our campaigns were violently attacked, our supporters were murdered, we were blocked from reaching many places, and were also blocked from several media stations. As usual, Museveni shut down the internet again, this time 3 days to the election. And what happened thereafter was not an election, but a military operation. The election was so rigged to the point that even at the polling station where Museveni voted for, he got much more votes than the actual registered voters in the register. Our polling agents in several places were arrested and whisked away. Several of our party officials were arrested and many abducted. 2 female deputy presidents of our political party were abducted and held incommunicado in a military barracks for 3 weeks before being thrown into a prison where they are languishing right at this moment. The military was deployed on our streets, shooting on spot whoever dared to challenge the criminality. It was under these circumstances that Museveni yet again declared himself winner of the election, this time with over 70% of the vote. Right now, I'm speaking to you while in hiding. This is because as soon as the election was finished, Museveni's son, who is also chief of the Ugandan military, issued an order to take me to him, dead or alive. The military acted on his order and raided my home. They tortured my family members, humiliated and undressed my wife, accusing her of hiding me. Meanwhile, they were recording and taking pictures of her, which the military chief later on shared on Twitter and bragged about capturing my wife. They also took over my home and surrounded it and they are occupying my home as we speak right now. My wife and children had to flee the country for fear of their lives. I am in hiding, but I don't want to be in hiding. It was necessary though, so I can stay alive and be able to speak to you right now. I've said it before and I say it again, that I'll resurface at the right time in my country. I feel like the international community has abandoned us. They've ignored us and they've left us to the fate of dictators. When I ran for president in 2021, Museveni and his thugs denied their crimes. They killed our people and denied it. They tortured people and denied it. They raided our houses and denied it. General Museveni has been a smart dictator because he puts on a suit, goes to the West and to the UN, speaks very nicely about democracy and human rights, but realistically, he does not mean any of those. He talks about our so-called Human Rights Commission in Uganda, but the same person closed the UN Human Rights Office in Uganda 2 years ago because they dared to question him about his atrocities. Now that is how he has been able to maintain a facade of democracy for 40 years and counting. But now Museveni is 83 years old, and his 51-year-old son, Muhoozi Kainerugaba, commands our military, the Uganda People's Defense Forces, more like Uganda's defense against his own people. And he's effectively in charge. Unlike his father, Muhoozi does not play the role of a good dictator. He openly and shamelessly says despicable things on social media. On Twitter, he openly confesses and brags about committing atrocities against the people of Uganda. When he was summoned by Parliament, he called Parliament a house of clowns and fools, and he threatened to arrest all of them. He describes judges of the Supreme Court of Uganda as clowns in wigs, and he has threatened to crush all journalists that dare to criticize his actions. In April last year, he abducted, detained, and tortured my close friend and bodyguard called Eddie Sebufu, also known as Eddie Mutwe. He later on posted on Twitter naked pictures of Eddie, boasting that Eddie Mutwe was in his basement learning Museveni's mother tongue, Runyankole. Last month, he bragged about killing 22 of my friends, and he said that he's praying that I am the 23rd person for him to kill. In other words, Museveni and his son no longer fear international retaliation for their crimes. They've been so emboldened by your lack of action. They know that they can murder their own people, imprison them, torture them, remove their fingernails, push needles down their testicles, and nothing will happen to them. Now, they're using rape as a weapon. Boys and girls, men and women, people of all ages have reported being sexually assaulted by Muhoozi's military. And it's not rare. The majority of the people that they capture and unlawfully imprison have reported being raped, whether men or women. It is no longer possible, ladies and gentlemen, for the international community to deny Museveni's violence and atrocities. It's all over social media. And today, I am talking about it to you. Now, this is our call to action. The way I see it, if the international community continues to be complacent, then Uganda will go from bad to worse. Museveni and his son's military will massacre many more innocent Ugandans. You, ladies and gentlemen, in the Western world, will be forced to grapple with millions of Ugandan refugees pouring into your countries. And maybe then, the international community will come and commiserate with the people of Uganda, just like they did after the genocide in Rwanda, but it was too late. The second option is that the international community rises to the occasion. You stand by the values that you profess, democracy and human rights. You can rein in on General Museveni and his son through targeted sanctions, as well as financial and legal pressures. Ladies and gentlemen, Ugandans are not seeking for pity. Ugandans are only seeking to see the world take action against the individuals that have violated their rights for far too long. Those that have abused democracy with impunity should be the starting point. Please sanction these individuals. Sanction General Museveni. Sanction General Muhoozi. Sanction all the police and military officers that are responsible for gross human rights violations. Sanction those commanders. Sanction the judicial officers that have aided criminality through deliberately misinterpreting the law or skewing it. Those that normalize electoral fraud. Those that remand to prison suspects that should actually be sent to hospital. Sanction these individuals because their combined efforts in the last election effectively give autocracy a blank check to rule over the people of Uganda for 5 years. We call upon the international community to treat General Museveni exactly how they treated Idi Amin, because Idi Amin did what he did to Ugandans for only 8 years. Museveni has done much worse to the people of Uganda, and it has been for 40 years and counting. Because of the inaction of the international community, Museveni's mode of dictatorship and human rights violations is being seen as acceptable in the region, and it must be stopped before it is exported to other countries in the region and in the continent. We ask the international community not to recognize Museveni's regime because it is not legitimate. Please terminate any forms of cooperation with this government because he is not legitimate. On our end, as the people of Uganda, we are committed to non-violent means of changing our country, non-violent means of putting an end to this 40-year-old dictatorship. And you can be sure that the people of Uganda will sooner or later free themselves, because oppressed people cannot stay oppressed forever. With your help, friends, with the help of the international community and development partners, we can change our country. We can liberate Uganda before it is too late. As twisted the law and used the military to stay in power. I told you of how I ran for president against him in 2021, how it was the most violent political campaign yet, and how he massacred hundreds of our people on the 18th and 19th of November 2020. How he shut down the internet on the eve of the election, imprisoned me inside my home for weeks, and then declared himself winner of the 2021 presidential election. Now, it is 2026, and here I am again, speaking to you at the Geneva Summit. Nothing has changed for the better, only going from bad to worse. Despite what happened in 2021, we were driven by hope to give it another try. So in 2025, I announced that I was running for president again. For 112 days, I traveled across the country campaigning, and the population turned up overwhelmingly. Yet again, our campaigns were violently attacked, our supporters were murdered, we were blocked from reaching many places, and were also blocked from several media stations. As usual, Museveni shut down the internet again, this time 3 days to the election. And what happened thereafter was not an election, but a military operation. The election was so rigged to the point that even at the polling station where Museveni voted for, he got much more votes than the actual registered voters in the register. Our polling agents in several places were arrested and whisked away. Several of our party officials were arrested and many abducted. 2 female deputy presidents of our political party were abducted and held incommunicado in a military barracks for 3 weeks before being thrown into a prison where they are languishing right at this moment. The military was deployed on our streets, shooting on spot whoever dared to challenge the criminality. It was under these circumstances that Museveni yet again declared himself winner of the election, this time with over 70% of the vote. Right now, I'm speaking to you while in hiding. This is because as soon as the election was finished, Museveni's son, who is also chief of the Ugandan military, issued an order to take me to him, dead or alive. The military acted on his order and raided my home. They tortured my family members, humiliated and undressed my wife, accusing her of hiding me. Meanwhile, they were recording and taking pictures of her, which the military chief later on shared on Twitter and bragged about capturing my wife. They also took over my home and surrounded it, and they are occupying my home as we speak right now. My wife and children had to flee the country for fear of their lives. I am in hiding, but I don't want to be in hiding. It was necessary though, so I can stay alive and be able to speak to you right now. I've said it before and I say it again, that I'll resurface at the right time in my country. I feel like the international community has abandoned us. They've ignored us and they've left us to the fate of dictators. When I ran for president in 2021, Museveni and his thugs denied their crimes. They killed our people and denied it. They tortured people and denied it. They raided our houses and denied it. General Museveni has been a smart dictator because he puts on a suit, goes to the West and to the UN, speaks very nicely about democracy and human rights, but realistically, he does not mean any of those. He talks about our so-called Human Rights Commission in Uganda, but the same person closed the UN Human Rights Office in Uganda 2 years ago because they dared to question him about his atrocities. Now that is how he has been able to maintain a facade of democracy for 40 years and counting. But now Museveni is 83 years old, and his 51-year-old son, Muhoozi Kainerugaba, commands our military, the Uganda People's Defense Forces, more like Uganda's defense against its own people. And he's effectively in charge. Unlike his father, Muhoozi does not play the role of a good dictator. He openly and shamelessly says despicable things on social media. On Twitter, he openly confesses and brags about committing atrocities against the people of Uganda. When he was summoned by Parliament, he called Parliament a house of clowns and fools, and he threatened to arrest all of them. He describes judges of the Supreme Court of Uganda as clowns in wigs, and he has threatened to crush all journalists that dare to criticize his actions. In April last year, he abducted, detained, and tortured my close friend and bodyguard called Eddie Sebufu, also known as Eddie Mutwe. He later on posted on Twitter naked pictures of Eddie, boasting that Eddie Mutwe was in his basement learning Museveni's mother tongue, Bunyankole. Last month, he bragged about killing 22 of my friends, and he said that he's praying that I am the 23rd person for him to kill. In other words, Museveni and his son no longer fear international retaliation for their crimes. They've been so emboldened by your lack of action. They know that they can murder their own people, imprison them, torture them, remove their fingernails, push needles down their testicles, and nothing will happen to them. Now, they're using rape as a weapon. Boys and girls, men and women, people of all ages have reported being sexually assaulted by Muhoozi's military. And it's not rare. The majority of the people that they capture and unlawfully imprison have reported being raped, whether men or women. It is no longer possible, ladies and gentlemen, for the international community to deny Museveni's violence and atrocities. It's all over social media. And today, I am talking about it to you. Now, this is our call to action. The way I see it, if the international community continues to be complacent, then Uganda will go from bad to worse. Museveni and his son's military will massacre many more innocent Ugandans. You, ladies and gentlemen, in the Western world, will be forced to grapple with millions of Ugandan refugees pouring into your countries. And maybe then, the international community will come and commiserate with the people of Uganda, just like they did after the genocide in Rwanda, but it was too late. The second option is that the international community rises to the occasion. You stand by the values that you profess, democracy and human rights. You can rein in on General Museveni and his son through targeted sanctions as well as financial and legal pressures. Ladies and gentlemen, Ugandans are not seeking for pity. Ugandans are only seeking to see the world take action against the individuals that have violated their rights for far too long. Those that have abused democracy with impunity should be the starting point. Please sanction these individuals. Sanction General Museveni. Sanction General Muhoozi. Sanction all the police and military officers that are responsible for gross human rights violations. Sanction those commanders. Sanction the judicial officers that have aided criminality through deliberately misinterpreting the law or skewing it. Those that normalize electoral fraud. Those that remand to prison suspects that should actually be sent to hospital. Sanction these individuals because their combined efforts in the last election effectively give autocracy a blank check to rule over the people of Uganda for 5 years. We call upon the international community to treat General Museveni exactly how they treated Idi Amin, because Idi Amin did what he did to Ugandans for only 8 years. Museveni has done much worse to the people of Uganda, and it has been for 40 years and counting. Because of the inaction of the international community, Museveni's mode of dictatorship and human rights violations is being seen as acceptable in the region, and it must be stopped before it is exported to other countries in the region and in the continent. We ask the international community not to recognize Museveni's regime because it is not legitimate. Please terminate any forms of cooperation with this government because he is not legitimate. On our end, as the people of Uganda, we are committed to non-violent means of changing our country, non-violent means of putting an end to this 40-year-old dictatorship. And you can be sure that the people of Uganda will sooner or later free themselves, because oppressed people cannot stay oppressed forever. With your help, friends, with the help of the international community and development partners, we can change our country. We can liberate Uganda before it is too late. I thank you for listening to me, for God and my country. Freedom fighters and human rights activists from all over the world, ladies and gentlemen. This is my second time speaking at the Geneva Summit for Human Rights and Democracy, and I'm very grateful to the organizers for making it possible for me to speak to you today. In 2022, I spoke about a country that I call...
All right, just like I promised you that I'm going to relay for you this entire address, I believe that is enough for the day. We are going to break it down, dissecting it section by section. Of course, it includes a number of sections, the calls to demand, and so much more, like from the point he starts his speech up to the end. I'm going to come back here, we dissect it, as well as translating it in Uganda for those, our comrades, the Uganda-speaking community. So, ye ensonga ngenda kubeera nga nkomawo later on, naye nga mwebale mwena obwera batunize in, yemusinzidde yona yeyo address ayogedde kati ng'omusezi agula esowaan gwe kyolina okumanya yagaddewo summit eno yonna obwedda gwe balinzi kuga olumaze okwogera tewali mulala n'omu azizizzaako kigambo summit egaddewo buggazi kitegeera. So okujjako nga waliwo omuntu yenna alina kyabuuza, let me just go to the comment section. Gwe wenna ng'oli mupya nga it's your first time to see what you are seeing right now. This is the JB Muwonge, je tuli ku Facebook ku JB Muwonge TV, then JB Muwonge Radio, we are also live as well as here on YouTube. Mwebale nnyo kutuninga in, mwebale kugumiikiriza, mwalinze kuvadda nga mugamba president ajjaddi naye abo ku Facebook kansooke mbajjeko, abo ku Facebook mwena muddukire eno gye tutera okubeera. I'm going to be winding up of course. Badde mbebaza nti mwebale kugumiikirizaako yonna gye twasinzidde, gye twatandikidde, ne tugenda mu break eyafuuse lunch neefuuka supper naye finally His Excellency Bobi Wine amaze n'ayogerako eri ensi, amaze n'addressinga issues. Ndowooza buli kimu akyokoonyeeko, ekitta abantu akikonyeeko, obubbi bw'akalulu abukonyeeko, ekiwamba abantu akikonyeeko, ensonga egenda maaso makaaga agikonyeeko, like then about international community naye agikonyeeko, n'abasomera n'obasomera. Alina akantu kayogedde akansanyude, agambye we muneefuula bannampulira zibe tugenda kujja mu nsi zammwe tubafuukire zike. In brief, kubanga yagala ganakkiriza lekayo, most of these guys they put their interest ahead of each and everything, and then in the end Africans are left with no any other option apart from freeing their countries, looking for better life in the West. So, but if life is good back home, if these guys stand by the values that they profess for human rights, democracy, and rule of law, I don't think they would be shaking Museveni's blood-stained hands. But simply because they put their interests ahead of each and everything, that's why we are where we are. Like, of course, it is hard to fight against the dollar. Like, how can you fight against Museveni's military cooperation? You know, abasajja batukuba babeera trained by America. Emundu ezitukuba amasasa agatukubibwa tear gas from them. We want to tulinawo factory manufacturing mundu sebo oba tear gas oba bimotoka bya tear gas ebitukuba omuko ogubalagala. There is a lot that the international community can do. Atenjagadde nnyo president abadde dialect, it doesn't taba teyetoolodde mbuoba bikirireko, no, abadde dialect nga omusezi aguleso wan. Tugenda komawo to dissecting speech eno later on, naye nga mwebale nnyo. Okay. waliwo agambye yakatuuka gwe obeera mu nsi ki gwe yakatuuka. Mbadde mpisayisa mwana amaaso mu comment section owangaalirawo eyo kuba omulanga tugukubye okumalira ddala ebbanga eriwera nti omukulembeze agenda kuba ayogerako ne wadde nti wakatuuka tofaayo nze wano buli kimu obeera okifuna ngenda kubalekera as I wind up ngenda kubeera mbalekera the entire address ngenda kubeera mbalekera the entire address obeere nga artist ogiddamu omanye kiki ekigenze mu maaso gwe nawena yakatuuka oba gwe nawena yandyagadde okumanya biki his excellence okuba nako kapati tokawulidde wabasomedde gye ngenda okubalekera actually abachallenge nze bastandinge ku values bakola ki za professing Kato Charles gwe Kato Charles gwe musajja gwe nkulengera mu comment section oyo Bobi wange twasoma ffenna yayina muganda we nga bafaanagana boy nga tosobola baawula n'oba ofa otya waswa ng'osobola omwawula gwe waswa ng'osobola omwawula ku Kato yes Kato nkutumiddeko nkulengera mu comment section awo yeggwe tewali mulala mbatumiddeko mwena wali yangamba nange jebi tutumirengako ya Kat Moses nkutumiddeko Faruku nkutumiddeko Nachigudde Harriet nkutumiddeko Samuzi Sound muli bangi yes sola mwena bamenya naye mpisayisamu amaaso Anthony Mirembe Farida Lydia Asheila Nagirinya Katyale Ben Asimwe Mase Brandon Hassan Tushabe Jita Sulaiman Mutesa Raymond Francis Mukisa muli bangi mwenasobola bamenya nemba malayo naye artist era ntumiddeko mwebale mwena gye musinzidde okubeeranga mutuninga in mwebale nnyo kutuninga in from wherever gye mutuningide in Rahima agambye wedda afumba futaali kozi bannanga olwa ekisibo kitandise kituufu nnyo okay Waswa Mathias oye nyini mujjukira Oba banange munzikirize nange enkomi wano olunaku olwaleero nsanyuka nnyo nga bakyali bange babeera wawo mu comment section ensonga ne bazigoberera bulungi nnyo nange ekinzizaamu amaanyi Ivan Kawesa yes mpozi lastly nga nsiibula ngwekyolina okumanya abadde batidde nti his excellency bagenda kubeera bamutrackinga kyade tekisoboka ndowooza mulabye format gyagiddemu like the summit communicated he was to address the summit via video not physically present not in a live form so that was it Pande Paul yes okay banange tunaddamu later on kambalekere address eno y'omukulembeze ninga ngenda kukomawo tugidissecting tugitemeteme bulungi nnyo ne as of now bye bye peace and love